Hey guys, welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. We are not in my kitchen today. We are in what I'm going to call the kitchen cave. I think that's what we'll start calling it, anyways. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. I asked you, please, in the chat, let me know what you've had for dinner. And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead and let me know what you wish you had. I am seeing, let me see here. Kebabs, pilaf, baked beans, asparagus. Yummy, these hands. That sounds delicious. Stephen H. Dinner was rice and shrimp, simple and filling. These hands also wishes for a chocolate cake. What else do we have here? Let me see. I keep thinking Shaquille had oatmeal, but no, that's just his name. I had mushrooms and here, I'll show you. I'm back in this cave tonight, guys. We had mushrooms and broccoli and fish and potatoes for dinner. So I hope you're all having a great evening. We have a special presentation tonight. It is not a detention docket. It is a civilian warrant application. I know you guys love those too. This is the case when person has alleged that a crime has been committed against them. The police have decided not to act, but in Georgia, there is another method for that to be brought forth to the court, and that is via a civilian warrant application. The civilian warrant application is sort of similar to a TPO hearing, but instead of a TPO or a protective order being handled or handed out at the end or not, what you have instead is a warrant application, which is then forwarded to the state's office, which they then have 2 years to prosecute. So it's not an immediate thing. Things don't happen right away with these. Well, we do get a decision right away. So I guarantee that we will have a decision on this case tonight. I'm seeing oven pork chops with rice and corn mixed with Rotel mild. Chicken strawberry feta salad, Monica. Yum, yum, yum. These sound yummy. Okay. Anyways, let's get going. This is one of, we got to come up with a name for Judge Neil. We really do. Because I was just thinking, like, she is so serious. I was gonna skip this part, but I'm gonna show you guys because, my God, she means business. She means business. Um, Let me just dip off and I'll show you what I mean. When she does the intro, this is the intro to this hearing. She's very clear about what she wants and what she doesn't want, and she wants to get through it quickly. She's not Sarge though, because that's Judge Manning, isn't it? I thought that was Judge Manning. Anyways, you'll see what I mean. The case that we're going to be following today, guys, includes this lady right here who's a lawyer, this guy right here who is the defendant, and the plaintiff is on here, but I don't see her right now. She might have been sent to a uh, breakout room. Anyways, let's start watching, and you'll see what I mean.
Judge Neal.
Who is speaking?
Pastor Norita Marshall. Am I permitted to go in with Kendra Marshall?
No. And so I think I specifically asked that y'all not interrupt the calendar unless I specifically address you guys. Again, I do that for a very, very important reason, because if everybody starts talking during the calendar, it takes me forever to get through the calendar. And I'm not going to be able to answer all the questions that people might have. So don't interrupt unless I actually call your name again or you're an attorney for either side. Give me 1 second, and Attorney Pollard needs to be added to that breakout room.
Sorry, guys. I know it dipped out there for a second, but let me fix that before we get on to the next part of the case. But she just really got mad at the lady there.
Okay, that brings
Let's
us to
just
position 5 on the calendar. The next case I have is Shamika Gibson versus Zenyon Guo is featured, so that my clerk can.
okay, hold on just 1 second, and I am getting it. I'm just trying to pick the right option. Every time I click out of it, so I gotta get the chat up first, because every time I click out of it, it gets away.
Look it up, so you can put chat to everyone, and you can put your name.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Give me just 1 second to go back to that case. To see other than or hear other than just
I know that they
Okay, so I think I was speaking with counsel. You are ready to go forward, and do you have all of your witnesses and all of your evidence already sent to the court?
Yes, I was just mentioning, we sent it over previously and I called in today to confirm that it was sent in. I know that they confirmed they received it and they would be sending it to the clerk, so you should have.
Okay. So it is a yes for that. Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
I wanted to proffer just in case.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. Like I said, we got like about 20 people on the calendar almost tonight, so that's why I'm trying to cut things down as short and sweet as I possibly can. Madam Clerk, do we have an email that we can check and see if we've received from counsel?
The only thing I received from the counsel is her entry of appearance on the answer and counterclaim, but I did receive evidence from the plaintiff itself.
Okay.
There is a link to the file in the same email that has the entry.
And Madam Clerk, can you check and see if there are any attachments that were sent with the file? If not, I'll have her send it again. We don't do counterclaims in warrant application court because it's a criminal process. If the defendant would like to file their own request for a warrant application, they would have to go through the process that everybody else goes through for that. But I couldn't, it's not going to be a counterclaim. We wouldn't have that in this particular court. And if they feel as if they would like to go forward with their own warrant application, again, that would have to be done, applied for in the same way that all warrants applications are applied for, but it would not be considered as a counterclaim today.
I understand, Your Honor. It was really specifically with respect to fees, should the court address the situation of.
There's no such thing as a counterclaim for fees in the warrant application court. So again, if he'd like to file a counter petition, or not even, we wouldn't even be considered a counter petition. If he would like to file for an application himself, he can go through that process, or he can speak with the solicitor or with an investigating officer to get the ball rolling. Let me, that's a good segue for everybody else. The attorney knows the court systems. I'm not going to go over it for her benefit, but for your benefit, everyone else that's listening, I do want to make sure that you're all listening right now. I'll try to go over this once so we don't have to go over it multiple times this evening. Let me look and see how many people are in our breakout rooms, how many people are missing this invitation. Give me just 1 second. Okay, we don't have anyone in breakout rooms right now except for 2 people. And I'll just re-explain it to them if they need it. But for everybody else, the way that the process works is that the plaintiff or the applicant, the person who is applying for the warrant, has the burden of proof. You have to prove that it's more likely than not that what you're alleging to be the truth is the truth of what happened, and it is in fact a crime in the state of Georgia. Not only does it need to be a crime in the state of Georgia, and not only do you need to prove that it's more likely than not that it happened the way that you allege that it happened, but thirdly, it must also be a misdemeanor. We do not handle felonies in DeKalb County in warrant application here in court. Because the applicant has the burden of proof, they'll go first and they will go last. I will allow you to start with your testimony. If you have any witnesses that you're going to call, you'll have to ask questions of those witnesses yourself. The witnesses cannot just start talking. You'll have to ask them who, what, when, where, why type questions to get their testimony in. Once your witness is done testifying as an applicant, the defendant will have a chance to ask questions of your witness. Once the defendant is done asking questions of your witness, and once you're done testifying, and once your witnesses are done testifying, the defendant will then have a right to either testify, or as a defendant, you have a right to exercise your constitutional right to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. Because this is a warrant application hearing, what that means is if you say something that is against your will, it can be used to criminally prosecute you. So again, if you're about to admit to something criminal, then you have a right to exercise your right to remain silent, and I cannot make any type of negative inference from the fact that you do not testify. So just be mindful of that as a defendant, because before you testify, we'll ask if you wish to testify in spite of the right that you have a right to remain silent. However, if you as a defendant decide you would like to testify, you will open yourself up to cross-examination. That means that the other side has a right to question you. You as a defendant will also have a right to call your own witnesses to testify, and then the applicant will have a chance to cross-examine or question the witnesses that you call. At the end of the hearing, I typically will give each side a few brief moments to tell me why you believe legally I should rule in your favor and do what you're asking me to do. Once you're done with that, I'll make a decision. I don't hear any further argument, any further back and forth once I make my decision. If you have a disagreement with whatever I decide, then your remedy would be to file go to the solicitor's office who prosecutes misdemeanors in the county of DeKalb, or to talk to a police officer or detective about furthering the case. They can always do what they think is best, but I will not hear any more argument or any more talking once I make a decision about the case. And those will be the two remedies that you have. If you're here and you think that what you're about to tell me is a felony, it's a more serious criminal matter, I do not hear those in this calendar. So you would need to go to the district attorney's office or to a detective or police officer in those matters, as I will not hear those matters. Give me just 1 second to look over the calendar before I get started with the first case. I believe some people may have returned from breakout rooms. Is position 2 still in a breakout room? I do see that Mr. Harley is back. Mr. Harley, if you briefly can unmute yourself and just let me know yes or no, were you able to reach a resolution? And I couldn't hear you. Were you able to reach a resolution, Mr. Harley?
We did, Your Honor.
You did? There might be a little bit of a delay. You said you did?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So let me do this. Just because you have a little bit of delay with your speaker, is Mr. Charlton or Miss Charlton present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you were moving around a lot earlier, so that's why we disabled the camera. So I'll re-enable the camera. What was the nature of the resolution that the two of you were able to work out?
I'm gonna give him the money for his tire.
Okay, so if you don't mind, can you raise your right hand for me? Okay. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could state your name for the record.
Yukila Charlton.
Thank you. And you can place your hand on Ms. Charlton. And you agreed to pay the plaintiff. What was the dollar amount that you agreed to pay him?
$200.
Okay. And then when are you going to get that paid by?
My next pay period in 2 weeks.
Okay. And then did you figure out how you're going to get that money to him?
He said I can do it via cash or Zelle or something like that.
Okay. All right. So you do swear that you will pay the sum of $200 within the next 2 weeks via either cash or Zelle in exchange for him dismissing the case, but understanding if you don't do that, then he has a right to come back to the court and ask the court to continue with the hearing, being as that you would have violated the terms of your agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And let's see. That should be everything that's needed. Mr. Harley, were you able to hear that? And if so, was that your agreement?
Yes, that was, Your Honor. I heard it.
Perfect. Okay, so both of you are excused. I will draw up the paperwork dismissing the case. And again, just make sure that you do that, or else Mrs. Charlton, you will be subject to having him come back to the court to request a hearing, okay?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, both of you are excused. Have a good rest of the day.
Do the same.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. Okay, and then I just want to check in with position 10 had returned. I'll start with Mr. Scott. Just a yes or no, were you able to reach a resolution in your matter? Okay, let me ask Ms.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, were you able to reach a resolution?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was the nature of that resolution?
Just for Daryl to just stay away from me. And he agreed upon moving out of the residence that we shared by the end of the month.
Within 30 days or
Yes.
by the end of the month? Because
Well,
the
he
end of the
said by
month
the-
is
Well,
by May 1st.
well, Your Honor, can I have a moment to speak right quick?
No, what I'm going to do, since it seems as if y'all have differing ideas of what that move out date is, I'm going to put you both back in that breakout room briefly so that y'all can finish shoring up what your agreement is, and then you can come back in and let me know. So press accept or join to go back into that breakout room. And then once you're done making sure you have every single detail of the day and when it needs to be done, etc., then you can come back. No, I'm not going to hear from you yet, Mr. Wise. I think I already said no. So please go back into that breakout room, make sure you have everything agreed to, and then I will talk to you then. Okay, I also see that both people on position 7, I believe, returned. Let me go to that case really quickly before we start our hearing. The Bethea, Mr. or Mrs. Bethea, if you have video, I would need to see your video, and then you would need to unmute yourself. And then you'll need to let me know if you were able to reach a resolution, yes or no.
No.
Okay, perfect. So we'll have your hearing whenever we get around and have a chance to doing that. So you can go back off camera. Thank you. Give me just 1 second. Okay, and let's see. Madam Clerk, has anyone come in since we began the calendar that was not here originally?
Yes, Judge, Galaxy J2, who's trying to connect to audio.
Is that the only person that's come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I do see a couple of people that don't have letters or anything by their name. Do you know who those people are? I see a Joseph iPhone, iPhone user 8402, and a Jacinta.
No, ma'am.
Okay, you don't know who those people are. If you're able to chat with them and see if you can get the information about who they are and what they're here for, just so I know that, and then just you can send a chat to me to let me know who they are.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to get back to counsel's matter. Let's see, give me just 1 second. Okay, so we will go ahead and call the case again of Kendra Marshall versus Jillian Von Jingles. Again, if anyone is here on that case that is going to be testifying as a witness, you'll need to be out of earshot of whatever is going on in another room. And you'll also need to not be watching this on YouTube or on Zoom. So any witnesses that anticipate being called, you'll need to excuse yourself so that we cannot see or hear you, and you cannot see and hear us. What I'll go ahead and do is Ms. Marshall, I'm going to get you sworn in. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear and do you also affirm that the testimony that you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can just state your name for the record.
Kendra Marshall.
Okay, thank you. Hold just 1 second because I do see position 10 came back. I'm going to see if I can get them out of here. Again, just for everybody else that's still on the call, since we still have about 8 cases that possibly could need hearings, which would mean we'd be here till midnight. If you are able to work your case out, I always will take your case first and go ahead and get you out of here. If you want to go back into a breakout room, just send a chat and my clerk will see it to everyone, letting her know that you would like to go back to a breakout room. Mr. Scott, were you able to work out the kinks? Okay, and if you can go ahead and tell me you're muted, what is
Yes.
the agreement now?
Our agreement is by May 12th, he'll be moved out. And as I stated, he agreed upon staying away from me and moving by May 12th.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Wise, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for the record.
Earl Wise, Jr.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wise. Mr. Wise, is it your agreement that you will stay away from Mr. Scott and that you will also move out by no later than May 12th?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. If you abide by that agreement, then we will go ahead and dismiss the case against you. If you do not abide by that agreement, Mr. Scott will have the right to come back and have a hearing and proceed with a criminal arrest warrant, possibly, okay? Okay, perfect. So both of you are excused. And again, I'll put that in my dismissal if everything happens by May 12th. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and so we're getting back to the case for position 4. Ms. Marshall, you heard what I said about how the order of things goes. The only thing that I did not let you know about is objections. If you hear the attorney say the word objection, that means stop talking. That means that there's something that she thinks should not be said or should not be heard or should not be seen by myself. She'll let me know her legal reason for that objection. And if you hear something that the defendant tries to testify to that you think is objectionable, you can say the word objection as well. And then the attorney will let me know what her response is to your objection. An objection is not that you disagree with something. It is a legal reason why you think I should not be able to hear the words that are coming out of somebody else's mouth. I sometimes give the example of a car accident case. I would not want to, if this was a car accident case, hear you say that I got in an accident. I'm really upset with the defendant. I think it was her fault. She should have known better. She shouldn't have done this. She shouldn't have done that. And then like, I just had a whole bunch of money that I'm out of because of her. That tells me absolutely nothing. And I don't necessarily care about your feelings. The law is only concerned with what happened and why there is liability. So if it was an accident case, you tell me that you were traveling on Interstate 20 going eastbound at 7:55 p.m. It wasn't raining. It was sun shining outside. The defendant did not put on their turn signal, hit the back of your car, caused your car to hit the retaining wall, made your car completely totaled. When you went to get it repaired, they said it would cost more to repair it than it would to fix it. Your bumpers were completely broken in, your doors were caved in, your paint was scraped off on multiple sides of the vehicle, and you had to salvage the car. They told you that they would give you, that your car was only worth $5,000 salvage, but you had $10,000 left to pay on the car note. You also had back, neck, and hip pain. You went to a chiropractor. They told you they needed to see you once a week for 10 weeks, and it was $100 per visit, so it was $1,000 total. They put on hot and cold compresses and had you do physical therapy exercises like moving your head from side to side and stretching. And now you're seeking the $5,000 difference in your car and the $1,000 medical expenses. This is not a civil case, but that's just an idea of what I would need. I want to tell you in just a moment what charges we are here for today. And again, I only need to hear about the conduct that is related to the charges that we are here for tonight. So I don't want to hear about what happened 10 years ago. I don't want to hear about what happened 3 or 4 months ago. The only thing that I'm concerned about is going to be what happened that is allegedly criminal that we are here for today, and what the person actually did that you believe is criminal behavior. So I'm going to read to you the charges and the date and the time that it happened, so you know exactly what I'm looking for. The one case that we are here for today, or the one incident we're here for today, stems from something that occurred on February 5th of 2023 around 11 a.m. So 2/5/23 at 11 a.m. It is alleged that the crime of simple assault was committed against you. It's alleged that this occurred when he became hostile and began cussing and threatening you, and pulled out an AR-15 to further his threats. And that's what we are here for today. So I will go ahead and hear your testimony on that. You can go ahead and begin your testimony.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was ordered to go to the defendant's home to drop off our daughter. And I did so because I didn't want any penalties against me, because I didn't want any penalties against me. So I did that, and I had my brother with me because the defendant's behavior can be hostile at times towards me. And my daughter also wanted him there because she was stating that she was—
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Okay, yes, you can, unless your daughter is testifying tonight, you can't tell me what your daughter has said.
Okay, so we get to the home. My brother goes up to the defendant's home, and the defendant, I don't hear what is being said because I was still at the car at that time, but all I heard was a lot of yelling on the defendant's end, and no one had still come to the door at that point so that we could drop off my child. I get out the car to go up there, because at this point she was up at the door as well, and the defendant's wife comes to the door. Maybe there was a brief exchange in conversation, and then the defendant runs upstairs with a gun in his hand while our daughter is standing there, and it felt very, very threatening at that time. And my brother can elaborate on the things that were said because he was right there when it all happened.
Okay, is there anything else that you wish to testify to as about what happened on that date?
After that happened and we left the premises, I called the police. The police officer said it sounded like there was a simple assault, and if I wanted to, I can file for a warrant application. And so that's what I did.
Okay. Does the attorney have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. You stated that you saw him run upstairs with a gun.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So at no point in time was he actually pointing a gun at you?
He did not point a gun, no.
At no point in time was he brandishing or trying to threaten you with the firearm?
Brandishing a weapon means pulling the weapon out. Yes, so he did that.
Was he threatening you with a firearm?
Not verbally, no. Physically, yes. A firearm being pulled out in a situation that's not hostile on my end is threatening.
And you said you heard the defendant yelling?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At any point in time, did you hear the defendant ask for your brother to not be in front of his door?
I didn't hear. I was not right there at that moment, no.
Okay. At what point did you come up to the door?
Right as the door opened.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't drop off your daughter at the door?
Because she was afraid and she wanted my brother to walk her up to the door.
Okay. Did your mother also come up to the door?
My mom was not at the door. She walked her halfway because my daughter let her know that she could not walk because she was afraid and she was shaking.
So your daughter was shaking?
My daughter was shaking, yes.
No further questions.
I do have 1 or 2 points of clarification, Mrs. Marshall. Where were you whenever you saw the gun? Where were you standing? Where were you
I was
sitting?
standing at the porch at that point. The door was open. Nobody asked her to come inside because that was the whole point. And having us drop her off was for her to go in. Nobody told her to come in.
You were standing on the porch?
On the porch, yes, ma'am.
And did he come out on the porch with the gun, or was he inside of the home?
Not until we left the porch, he came out and was waving the gun around.
I have some follow-up questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Where was he standing where was he standing with the gun whenever you were standing on the porch?
Behind his wife.
Where was he standing?
Right behind his wife.
I don't know what that means. Right
was
behind
at
his wife
her-
could be in Washington,
So,
DC. Where was he
his wife-
standing
his
in
wife
his
was
house
in the-
or around his house whenever you saw him?
He was-
You were on
he
the
was
porch,
in
and where
the-
was he?
He was in the home and she was at the front door and he was right behind her at the front door.
Okay, when you say right behind her at the front door, was he a foot behind her or standing literally right next to her?
About less than a foot behind her.
One moment.
1 moment. Exactly, Judge. That's perfect timing for me to interject here for a moment. If this is your first time here, welcome. This is Kitchen Court Cases. You're watching a civilian warrant application. The lady in the top, this side, is bringing this application against the gentleman down below. He has a lawyer. And these are her allegations. The judge is a very serious judge. She is no nonsense like you wouldn't believe. I love it. It is very hard to detect with her, but when she does it, it means so much to somebody like me who watches her all the time. It's the right side for the viewers, I'm being told. Thank you. Anyways, if you're new here, please come out and play. You can say hello. You can subscribe to the videos. We do fun things like this most nights, and I try and post other videos. You might see me waving this around. I look a little crazy. This is when I hear a red flag going on. Instead of interrupting, I just sort of also, you don't even have to hit the like button. You can hit the dislike button if you'd like. That's totally fine too. I'm glad to see everyone in the chat. I can see the chat. I'm typing in my phone so that I don't mess up the video. I want to enjoy. Judge Neal is a boss in this video, and we will get a ruling. We will get a decision. So let's continue. But I just wanted to say welcome, and I hope you guys enjoy. Also, ask any questions in the chat. We try our best to answer them. Love it. Let's keep going.
And what was he doing with the gun while you were there or while you were on the porch?
Taunting.
You can't necessarily taunt with a gun. You taunt with your words in your mouth. What was he actually doing with the gun? Describe what he was doing with the gun.
He had it up like with the gun. That's what he was doing.
He had it up like what again?
Up here, showing us like with the gun is what he was
So what
doing.
you're doing with your hand is exactly what he was doing with the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
So he was somewhat waving it near his facial area.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was he saying, if anything, while he was doing that?
No words at that point.
He was just waving the gun in his face and not saying anything.
I know. I don't remember words. I just remember him having the gun. It was a lot going on.
Do you remember what the gun looked like?
It was big. I was told by my brother that it was an AR-15. I don't know guns, so I didn't know until my brother told me that was the type of gun that it was.
When you say big, how large was the gun? How long was the gun?
Bigger than my face.
Bigger than your face?
Yeah, it was big. It's bigger than a handgun, but smaller than a machine gun, I would say.
Okay, so was it, how many inches or feet long was the gun?
I'm not sure.
Well, you have to give me an estimate. What do you recall?
Maybe about 8 inches or more.
Do you remember the color of the gun?
Black, from what I can see.
You're saying that while he was standing in the doorway behind his wife, he was just waving it around his face, but not saying anything.
From what I remember.
Was your brother or anybody saying anything to him while
My
he
brother,
was doing that?
no, my brother did not say anything to him. It was him saying things and
Okay,
threats.
so was he, no one was saying or responding to him whenever he
No.
said words?
No, because it was no point in doing
Well,
that.
I don't want to hear your feelings. Remember, I
Okay.
just want to know what happened. So your brother did not say any words to him
No, ma'am.
while he had the, you don't know what the rest of my question is.
Oh,
Because at some point you said that your brother actually did speak to him, if I'm not mistaken. But whenever the gun was in his hand, when he was standing behind his wife, waving it around his face, your brother did not say anything to him at that point.
No, ma'am.
And nobody that was with you, not yourself, not your child, not your mother, no one said anything to him.
No, ma'am.
When did he begin speaking? You said at some point he began making threats. At what point did he begin speaking?
He was making threats when my brother was at the door. And that's why my brother's here, so he could better tell you
Well, when
what.
was that? Was that before or after you saw the gun?
That's before the gun.
So once the gun appeared, did he say anything that you felt was threatening after you saw the gun?
No, because he wasn't, no. I just felt, no.
So he didn't, Mr. Jingles did not say any other words once you saw the gun?
No, ma'am.
He was just waving the gun, not saying anything.
No, ma'am.
So he was saying something or he was not saying anything?
No, I did not hear anything, no.
Okay. At some point, how long was he standing there waving the gun around before you left the porch area?
As soon as we saw the gun, I told my daughter that it was going to be okay. And I told her that we had to go so that nobody gets hurt. And so I told her to go inside and we got in the car. As soon as we started going to the car and we got in the car, he stepped out of the door onto the porch and made himself visible with the gun in his hand, like to anybody that would be outside at that point.
What, if anything, was he doing with the gun whenever he was on his porch?
From what I remember, he had it out, pointing it. It wasn't just being waved, but he had it out, pointing it, going back and forth and laughing.
Okay, is there any other follow-up questions that you wanted to ask, Madam Attorney?
No, you actually covered the questions I had, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marshall, are there any other witnesses you wanted to call?
Yes, my brother first,
Okay,
and then
what
my
is
mom.
his name?
I believe on here it says Zoom user. He's in one of the breakout rooms.
What is your brother's actual name?
Kenneth Marshall.
Kenneth Marshall. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could let Mr. Marshall in.
Okay, so when I first watched this, I was just listening out of the corner of my ear, and all I heard her say was like zoo loser, and I was like, what? Why would her brother name himself loser on Zoom? But then I realized it was Zoom user. So, but that's what happened. Anyways, let's keep going. And yes, there is absolute talk of the porch. That's why this case was perfect for this channel. If anybody's confused, we often do detention dockets in the evenings where we watch detention hearings, and the kids are like on house arrest and they can't even go on the porch most of the time. So that's where that joke comes from.
Okay, if Mr. Marshall is present, you'll need to initiate your Zoom camera and unmute yourself so that we can see and hear you. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could change his name for me, and while you're doing that, Mr. Marshall, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Kenneth Marshall.
Okay, you can place your hand down. Ms. Marshall, he is your witness, so you'll have to ask who, what, when, where, why type questions of him. You cannot ask leading questions, which means you cannot suggest the answer in your question. I'll give you an example. You can't say to someone, you came to my house yesterday at 5 p.m., didn't you? That's a leading answer. That's telling him what the answer is. You can ask, what did you do, if anything, yesterday? That's not a leading question. So you need to make sure you ask open-ended questions that don't suggest the answer. You can go ahead and begin with your questioning of your witness.
So I have just a couple questions. First question, why were you in this, why were you there that day that the incident occurred?
Because my niece Jalea Marshall had
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Okay. Well, you can tell me.
Are you gonna do that every time?
So, Mr. Marshall, I don't know. I think I'm pretty crass most of the time. So I think most people within a few minutes of being around me understand that I'm probably not the one. This is not some type of television show or some type of free-for-all. You don't speak unless you're spoken to. As a witness, you don't ask questions, you answer questions. And we also, the only person that gets to have attitude in this courtroom is me. If you did not understand the question that is asked, you can ask someone to clarify, but we're not going to have attitude. It doesn't make sense for you to have attitude because, again, I will take that into consideration, and that will also be part of what I think about you as a witness. So it will be wise for you not to have attitude and to be disruptive in my courtroom setting. So again, what will happen is you will answer questions unless you don't understand the question, and you can let them know I did not understand or can you repeat, but those are the only questions that you yourself should be asking. Otherwise, you should answer the questions that are asked of you to the best of your ability. If you hear the word objection, that means stop talking. That means that there's some legal reason that they think that whatever you're about to say should not come in. So Mrs. Marshall, the attorney, is objecting because she believes that what he's about to say is he's about to tell me what someone else said. I don't know what he's about to tell me, but I'm going to give Mr. Marshall the same warning that I gave everybody else. You cannot tell me anything that somebody else said to you. If somebody is not here to tell me what they are testifying to themselves today, you can't tell me what they said. So if the police officer told you that it would be a good idea to come to court, you can't tell me that. If your sister, Miss Marshall, told you it would be a good idea for you to come to court to testify, you can tell me that because she's present here to be talked to. But if you cannot tell me what somebody else said, you can tell me facts that you observed, things that you saw, but you cannot tell me anything that somebody said to you. So just understanding that that principle of the law. Ms. Marshall, do you mind just asking your question again, and he can answer it without giving me any type of hearsay statements?
Why were you there the day the incident occurred?
In support of my family.
Okay, next question. Can you tell me what happened that day?
After we arrived to the residence, I walked up with the child and I got to the doorbell. When I rang the doorbell, I was trying to get her dad to come outside so I could return the child to her father. And in the midst of that, he came on the ring doorbell and was telling me if I could be frank, get off his porch, off his porch respectfully. And then when I asked him, why are you saying these things? I was like, why are you saying that through a ring? You got to come here and get your daughter. That's when that transpired. And after maybe like 3 or 4 back and forth verbal between me and him, he finally walked upstairs behind his wife with a firearm, like brandishing a firearm.
Okay, could you tell me where was the firearm?
It was in his right hand.
What was he doing with the firearm?
Just like holding it up with the attempt to like provoke fear, I guess.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Okay. So, Ms. Marshall, do you have any response to the attorney saying that whatever he's about to tell me calls for him to speculate about what the person was thinking or feeling?
I'm not sure if it's speculation because of words that were being said.
Okay. So I will sustain the objection. What Mr. Marshall, you can tell me what you saw, but again, you can't tell me what you can't tell me what somebody else was thinking. If they intended for you to be scared or what they thought, you could just tell me what they did and what they said.
Okay. So he said he kept saying, "Get the F off his property," and like I said, he brandished the firearm and attempted to like point in my direction.
Where was the child at this time?
She was standing in the doorway.
At any moment, let's see, was anyone trying to get her to come inside at that moment?
No.
What happened after you saw the firearm?
There was a lot of commotion in the house, like in the background, and we started to like just leave after the child walked into the house, we just started to exit the premises. And as we were walking back towards the vehicle, we heard the door swing open and more verbal Like it was more like a more of a verbal direction towards us to do whatever, and more of the brandishing of the firearm.
What was being said? Do you remember?
Well, once we got back to the vehicle, I really couldn't make out everything he was saying outside of the loud. You already know what's up with me and things of that nature.
Did you do or say anything?
No. Well, I laughed. I did.
When you were at the door, did you say or do anything?
No.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, counsel, you can go to begin your cross-examination.
Okay. You stated that you didn't say anything to Mr. Jingles while you're at the door. Isn't it true that you told him that you were looking for him or you were waiting for him to come out?
Can you repeat that, please?
So you stated that you did not say anything to Mr. Jingles, but
Mhm.
isn't it accurate that you told him that you were waiting for him or you were looking for him to come out?
I didn't say anything to Mr. Jingles as we were walking towards the car, but as we were at his establishment with that, after I rang the doorbell, I did tell him he can come outside and get his daughter. All of this is on his Ring doorbell camera as well.
And during that time, you did in fact tell him that you were looking for him.
I never said that.
Okay. At any point, let me see. So you stated that he was pointing the gun when you left. What was he pointing the gun out of the door?
Yeah, he was like pointing like this, and then he slammed the door, opened the door, and then he pointed in our direction.
Okay. And you were able to, at this point in time, were you in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to see that from the vehicle?
Yes, because the vehicle was not even 40 feet away from his front door, like in the street. So
Okay. And your niece, she was present during this?
yes,
Okay. And so you believed it to be the best course of action is to leave your niece there while someone's allegedly pointing an AR-15 at you.
yes, honestly, because we were threatened that if my niece was not returned to his residence at, well, I believe February 5th, 2023, then my sister would be placed into police custody. And I didn't want her going into police custody from failure to give back the child to her dad by court order.
Okay. Where was your mother during this?
She was standing far back, like where his vehicles is parked in the driveway.
Okay. At any point in time, did your mother come up to the door?
No, she didn't.
Okay. And now you heard the question asked whether or not anyone asked for your niece to come in. Isn't it true that you were asked to leave the front porch so that she can come in the house?
No, it wasn't. It was not stated in that manner. It was never stated in that manner. It was get off my porch respectfully. That's what he kept saying.
Okay.
He's like, drop the bag, get off my porch.
Is there a reason why you did not get off the porch once?
Because we were supposed to.
Was at the door.
We were supposed to return her to them.
How old is Julia?
She is 13.
Okay. And so at 13 years old, you felt it was necessary for you to stand at the door?
Yeah, to make sure that she got in. Yes, to make sure she got in the house. She's not here to testify on that, but we had a long talk in the car that she was afraid and she wanted me at the door.
And again, Mr. Marshall, as the court stated, we're not going to talk about what other people have said that are not here to testify.
Okay.
Okay, so it's your position that you wanted to stay there to make sure your 13-year-old niece entered the home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is even though you can see the home, from what you're saying, that you can see the home from your vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is after Mr. Jingles asked you to step away from his door once he realized that his daughter was in fact there.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, and Mr. Marshall, just so I can be clear, the only words that you're alleging that you said to him were what?
He can come to the door and get his child.
And that's the only thing that you said to him?
Yes.
Did he say anything other than what you said? You already know what's up with me, and get off of his porch. Did he say anything other than those two things to you?
He said a few. He said a few more things, but I can't really remember them verbatim. I can't remember if I said this or not. But all of this has been recorded on his Ring doorbell. Like the entire situation played out right there.
Okay, do either one of you, let me start with Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall, do you have any additional questions for your brother?
At this time, no, ma'am.
Okay, and Attorney Pollard, do you have any additional questions?
I just had one. About how long was this altercation from you walking up to the door to you going back to your car?
Nah, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, no further questions.
I apologize, I have one other clarification. When was the first time that you saw the gun in his hand?
After he ran upstairs.
Okay. And what did he say whenever he came back downstairs, if anything?
Get the F off my porch. Yeah, you already know what's up. And that was the only ones that really stood out, like, honestly.
And he had the gun in his hand whenever he was saying these things?
Yes.
And what exactly was he doing with the gun while he was saying these things?
Like just shaking it up and down, like this is like it was like a war cry or something like that. And he didn't actually point it in my direction until we were like closer towards the vehicle.
And what did he do? Can you describe what he did whenever you are saying that he pointed the gun towards you?
He raised it in the air, like while he had the screen door open. And then once the screen door had shut, he pointed it in my direction, and then he slammed the front door.
Okay, so he had the gun in the air, and then he pointed it in y'all's direction.
Mm-hmm.
And then he closed the door.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a screen door, you said? Is it
like
a glass screen door?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. Any additional questions based on those questions that I've asked counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So Mr. Marshall, we're going to put you back in the waiting room. You should not watch or hear anything that's going on with this case unless we call you back in. We'll let you know if we need you again, but you're not to watch this on Zoom or YouTube. And you need to go back into the waiting room and make sure that you're not with any other witnesses.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. And Ms. Marshall, who is the next witness that you're going to call?
My mom.
Okay. What is her name?
Marita Marshall.
Okay. And if we could, and what was her screen name showing up as?
It should be her name, Norita Marshall.
Okay, thank you. If we can get Ms. Norita Marshall in, I see that she's already in. Ms. Marshall, you can unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Norita Marshall.
You can place your hand down. If you hear the word objection, stop talking. That means that there's a question that needs to be asked.
Remember, this is the woman who, when we first started the hearing, interrupted the judge, and the judge told her, "Don't interrupt." Guys, you can begin to vote. You can not vote if you don't want to about if this civilian warrant application is going to be issued. Remember, we have this woman here asking for a warrant against this person here, and this is her mother. This is the Kendra's mom, and she's also a pastor. And she already, I can tell, does not get along with the judge. They are like not happy. Hi, time served. Thanks for being here. And also, that is the way I see it. I saw was here earlier and may still be. Thank you guys for being here. Please do hit the like or dislike button. Please subscribe. And yeah, we'll continue on. This woman here, the judge and her are having power struggles because I feel like she always already is like the powerful lady in the room. She's the pastor. She's not used to being put in her place like the judge did earlier. This judge is feeling me tonight. She's like having a full on Monday. Thanks. Well, I'm glad that you are still here. Everybody, I hope you're enjoying. And like I said, we're going to vote for this if we think the warrant's going to be issued or not. But we'll see how we go. You can always change your vote.
By one of the witnesses. And then also, you should answer the questions to the best of your ability and not ask any questions unless it's to clarify. You can go ahead, Mrs. Marshall, with the questions of your mother.
Can you tell me why you were at the defendant's residence that day?
I was at the defendant's residence because I was there dropping off my granddaughter, Jalea Marshall.
Can you tell me what happened when you arrived at the residence, what you saw, what you heard?
Okay. When we arrived, I was saying, see you later to my granddaughter, Jalea, and I was holding her and she was trembling. Kenneth Marshall, walked her to the door. He had her bags and he walked her up to the door. He turned around to tell us that Julian was screaming obscenities at him, told him drop the bag and get the F away from off his property. And we were just waiting for someone to come to the door to retrieve. He was waiting for someone to come to the door to retrieve Jalea.
When the door opened, do you remember anything that happened after that?
When the door opened, his wife opened the door. He was on the ringtone with his voice and obscenities, but the wife came to the door. Everything happened so fast. He was at the door. He never came to the door at that time when Jalea was up on the stairwell. Kenny had her up on the stairwell. He was not at the door, but his wife came to the door. She made a comment that we were there just to start confusion. And we were all still you and I were trying to comfort Jalea and say, no, we're here to support her. This child was trembling to try to go back in this situation. She was trembling.
What do you remember happened after wife came to the door?
I didn't hear you.
What do you recall happened after the wife came to the door?
After she made the comments, eventually Jalea went in the house, and Kenny was walking back to the car, and Julian appeared at the door, jockeying like, yeah, that sort of behavior. And Kenny said he has a gun. And so we hurrying and get in the car. And as we pulled off, he was just mocking. He was making a mockery of the situation. Like, yeah, you know what this is, jockeying like that at the door.
Can you recall anything else that happened?
After that, immediately we went to find the police. We pulled over at a storage facility and we called the police. Police recommended that a simple assault
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
So, Ms. Marshall, you cannot tell me what the police told you. You
Okay.
can't tell me what anyone told you other than people that are testifying today.
Okay, thank you. Well, after that, a police report was taken. Is that okay? Stated that way?
You
A
can ask your
police
next
report.
question. Yes, Ms.
Okay.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
The defense counsel can begin your cross.
Yes. Ms. Marshall, you stated that, well, let me backtrack. Where were you when Kenneth Marshall was taking the child to the door?
I was staying by the car. I was standing at the car initially, yes, when he was taking her, when he took her up to the door, I was standing at the car.
And while you're standing at the car, could you hear or did you hear Mr. Jingles making any profane statements?
He was not making the profane statements. I did not hear him. It was through the ringtone. I just heard some loud talking from him. I didn't hear the actual words being spoken.
Okay. And while Kenneth Marshall was at the door, you stated that he turned around to tell you that Mr. Jingles was yelling obscenities?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did you walk up to the door?
I did. Jalea was standing there and she was very nervous. She didn't even know whether to go in or stand there. My granddaughter was frozen, trying to deal with the situation.
At any point in time, did you, Kenneth Marshall or Kendra Marshall, prevent Jalea from entering the home?
No, we didn't prevent her. She eventually walked in the house. No one tried to prevent her from going.
At any point in time, did you prolong her having to enter the home?
What by prolong, what do you mean?
Did you, well, let me backtrack. I'll strike that question. That's fine. Now you stated I'm not sure if you stated this, but at any point in time, did you see this alleged firearm?
I did not see it. I was back at the car. By the time he was doing all this, I was at the car. In the car, actually. When he came, by the time he came to the door, I was in the car.
Okay, so you testified that you saw him waving the gun, but
I didn't say that. I didn't say I saw him. I said he was jockeying at the door saying, you know what this is. I didn't say, I was in the car. So I didn't say that.
Okay, so you saw him waving the gun.
I saw him at the door doing this. I couldn't see it from where I was. I couldn't see it. I'm telling you, I could not see what was in his hand, but he was doing this at the door. You know what this is.
And when the statement of, you know what this is.
Can't hear you. You went out.
The statement of, you know what this is. Are you saying that this is what Mr. Jingles stated? Did you hear me?
I couldn't hear anything you said.
When you said, you know what this is, that statement, you know what this is.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Marshall, are you able to hear the rest of us?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the attorney.
I don't know what quite would be wrong with that because we can hear her. If you can maybe ask again, counsel.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay. Now, when you made the statement of, what was it? And now I had it yellow. Yeah, I believe it was like, yeah, you know what this is. Are you saying that this was stated by Mr. Jingles?
Mr. Jingles was in the doorway doing this. Yes, it was done by Mr. Jingles.
And did he say something while he was doing that?
He was behind the door and he was saying yes. He was, I heard this from my son. He was saying, you know what this is. You know what this is. So I'm repeating what my son said.
So you did not hear him say that?
I didn't hear him, but I saw his behavior. I saw what he was doing.
Okay. And while he was allegedly waving the gun, where was your son and daughter?
My son was right there closest to the house. My daughter was closest to me. Where did you say Jalea? Where was Jalea?
I asked for your son and your daughter. Where were they?
Okay.
And you saw?
I just answered. My son was closest to the house. My daughter was closest to me.
And at that point, you were back in the vehicle?
Back in the car.
Okay. No further questions.
So thank you, Ms. Marshall. We're going to put you back in the waiting room. Do not listen to the Zoom or to the YouTube. If we need you, we'll let you know if we need you back, but you are not allowed to be in the room with any other witness. Again, listen to the YouTube or watch the Zoom of this hearing. Thank you. Mrs. Marshall, Kendra Marshall, do you have any other witnesses?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any other evidence that you would like me to see or hear or watch?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, would you like to have anyone testify this evening?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Mr. Julian Jingles.
Okay. So Mr. Jingles, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for the record.
My name is Julian Jingles.
Counsel.
Okay, Mr. Jingles, I'm sorry that your attorney has not made a motion to dismiss summarily because that was absolutely ridiculous. There's no evidence there at all. I don't even know why she wouldn't even laugh and say, Your Honor, witnesses? Why would I put on a witness? Are you joking me? But I guess we get to hear from Mr. Jingles.
So you can begin with your direct examination. Actually, give me 2 seconds and I'm gonna let you begin. Give me just 2 seconds.
No problem.
Mr. Jingles. You need to be careful where you stick your dingles, is the problem. You can't be putting it in crazy. Anyways, they are going to play the ring video, guys. I'm going to skip ahead here until the judge comes back.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Oh, see?
And you heard the testimony from Miss Marshall, her mother and her brother. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on the day that your daughter was to be returned, did you make any threats against Kendra Marshall, her mother or her brother?
No, ma'am. I never threatened them.
Okay. At any point in time, did you brandish any firearms to them? Okay. Did you make any, well, what was the interaction between you and Mr. Marshall?
I just asked him to, could they, could he drop the suitcase and basically, so Jalea could just come in the house so that we could avoid anything, to make sure that everybody, stay cordial so that Jalea could just come straight in the house. So that was it. That's all we kind of exchanged words back and forth, but only for me trying to ask him to leave my property. That's basically all I was trying to do.
Okay. Has Jalea ever had an issue previously being able to enter your home without assistance?
No, ma'am. Normally we do exchanges and, it's normally Kendra, her brother normally would stay back and, she would come forward, retrieve Jalea, or I would come forward and retrieve Jalea, and things just go smooth and really go well every time.
Okay. And once the door was open, who all were on your front porch?
Once the door was open, from the ring camera, I noticed it was just their brother. I seen Kendra run up, and then I seen her mom run up. They all ran up at the same time to open the door and basically held Jalea you know, also he was holding her suitcase, not allowing her to like come in.
Objection.
What is the basis of your objection?
That's speculation. That's hearsay. It didn't happen that way.
Well, his recollection of what he thought happened would not be hearsay. So I'll allow it to continue. You can ask the question again, just so I can get the right answer. You can go ahead and re-ask the question, counsel.
What was happening? What was happening once the door was open?
So once the door was open, I noticed her mom as if she tried to step inside of the door.
When you say her mom, are you saying Jalea's mother or Miss Marshall's mother?
Miss Marshall's mother, Miss Narita, actually tried to like step inside of the house. I noticed that from the camera footage that I was looking at.
Okay. And did you ask for Jalea to enter the home?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily. My wife, I don't want to, say the operation of her mind or anything like that. I just, she just asked on the footage, because she stepped.
And we're not going to go into what another person said. That's not going to say anything. But I'll strike that question. Yeah. So, did you at any point in time see someone preventing Jalea from entering the home?
Yes, ma'am. I 3 different instances. First, the holding of the suitcase and not letting her come in. The holding from her mom, and then the same thing happened from the grandmother. They all prevented her and delayed her from stepping into my house.
Okay. At any point in time when you saw Jalea, did she look afraid?
She was low-key happy to see us. She was happy to see everybody. She walked in smiling, laughing. And I guess she hugged me. She hugged everybody else. And just, getting reacclimated to everything, letting me know how she felt, everything that was going on. That's basically it.
Okay. Did she look like she was trembling at all?
She wasn't trembling. She was happy, playing around like she normally does. Her normal self, just the normal Jalea, being silly.
Okay. Once they started walking away, were you waving a firearm?
Oh, ma'am, I noticed that they just sat out there for a while. And then, like I said, I noticed that they finally pulled off. During that time, we was calling the authorities as well. Because like I said, they wouldn't leave. So that was the whole issue. So I just, I asked them, they came, and then, but that was after they had already left. They finally came to the premises.
At any point in time, did you run upstairs with a firearm in your hand?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At any point in time, did Mr. Marshall make a statement about him wanting to talk to you?
Yes, he was aggressively towards me. When he first walked up, pressed the doorbell. He's like, I want to see you. I want to see you. And I'm just like, why would you want to see me? And you're supposed to be just dropping out my daughter and letting her walk in the house. Why would I want to see you when you're not even a part of this?
Okay. Now there was mention with Ring. Do you have a Ring doorbell in your home?
I do have a Ring doorbell on the front of my front door. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have video evidence of what occurred on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I will share my screen. It's been disabled. I don't know how, Your Honor, you want to do that.
Okay, that's what we asked, if you had sent your evidence. And let me ask, Madam Clerk, were you able to see if the attachment was enclosed?
It was.
Okay. So what I will do, I will step away, Mr. or Mrs. Marshall. You need to look at all of the documents or evidence that the attorney is attempting to have me look at. And once you're done looking at it, then I will come back into the main room and see if you have any objection to any of it. So look over everything. And when I come back, I'll hear what your legal objection is, if any, to me seeing anything. So I'm going to step away now. And Madam Clerk, just so I know, you can just send a text to let me know that I need to come back so I don't look at the screen inadvertently or see or hear something I shouldn't see or hear.
No problem.
Share
you.
screen is disabled, so I'm not sure.
Okay, I was speaking to the clerk. She's going to do that. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor.
And please get away from my door. Respectfully. Drop the bag in front of the door and leave away from my door.
Hey, raise your voice like I do now. Why you don't come downstairs?
Saying this respectfully. Drop the bags in front of the door and leave my house.
I am too, but man, that shit not scaring nobody, bro. I want to see you.
I ain't doing all that talk.
You heard what I say,
I see
nigga?
what it said. I ain't doing all that.
Give me that.
This is kind of disrespectful.
That's not disrespectful. Give me that, bro. Give me that. Oh, I love you, mommy.
Thank you.
Bro, you ain't come downstairs. You the one you rapping, bro.
Could you not be at our door?
Okay, that's your husband. This him doing. I didn't say no to him.
Now we're done. Julia's here.
Right.
No confrontation.
At this point, stop right now.
Yes.
It's paused. Stop now.
Red flags left, right, and center.
Is
They're just being.
oh no, it's buffering.
Yeah.
Well, I guess while this is happening, Ms. Marshall, do you have any objection with respect to the court being able? Do you have any objection to the evidence?
The only objection I have is I was only running up just to give her one more hug because I didn't know when I would see
Objection
her.
is essentially just, do you have any objection to us tendering the evidence? Not what's necessarily in the evidence.
Oh,
but
no.
Objection
No.
to us presenting it to the court.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then, Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want me to resend it, I can, or if it's still an issue, I don't know if you can enable sharing, and I know it plays on my end, if that would help, but just any way that I can help, you can let me know.
Okay, I just texted the judge, so when she comes back on, I'll see what she want me to do.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
Okay, I understand that we're ready. Were you able to view everything? Okay, I see people's heads shaking. No.
Oh,
Did we-
I think about maybe halfway through it kind of buffered. And so I did ask the court if they wanted me either to resend it or if they wanted to enable sharing because it plays fully
We
on.
can enable sharing, but you can resend if you'd like to resend it. And we can try again. Is there anything other than, I'm assuming, a video that needs to be seen?
Yes, it's a video, but that's no other evidence that we'd be tendering, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Marshall, let me ask this. Ms. Marshall, do you have any objection to me seeing this video?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, let me just go ahead and see what we have and see if it allows us to play it, and you can go ahead and resend it while we're watching it play. How long is this video?
Less than 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, perfect. So Madam Clerk, can you try to play again for me what you tried to play for them to see if it works? And meanwhile, the attorney will send what she has.
And please get away from my door. Respectfully. Drop the bag in front of the door and leave away from my door.
And raising your voice not gonna do now. Why you don't come
I'm
downstairs
saying this
though?
respectfully. Drop the bags in front of the door and leave my house.
I am too, bro. Man, that shit not scaring nobody, bro. I want to see you.
I ain't doing all that talking.
You heard what I say,
I see
nigga?
what it said. I ain't doing all that.
Give me a hug.
This is kind of disrespectful.
That's not disrespectful. Give me a hug, bro. Give me a hug. I love you, mama.
Thank you.
Bro, you ain't come downstairs. You the one you rapping, bro.
Hey, could you not be at our door?
Okay, that's your husband. This him doing. I didn't say no to him.
Now we're done. Julia's here.
Right.
There needs to be no confrontation or anything.
Who wants to confrontation?
Bruh, ain't nobody, no.
Shut
When
that
they
bitch
done,
ass shit up, okay? Because you're going
Okay.
Okay,
Here. That weed I smell up in here?
Sure enough.
That's weed smell. Okay. Okay. Bye.
The whole thing played, so it looks like I may not have to resend it.
Okay, so let me ask this, is there any other video footage from that night, or is it just that 2 minutes?
It's just that 2 minutes.
Okay. Do you have anything else that your client, or any other questions for your client?
Did the parties leave right after the end of that video?
No, they sat right there for a while. They just sat out there.
Did you go back outside at any point in time? You would have to verbalize yes or no.
Oh no, I said no. I'm sorry. I don't know. And I apologize.
Okay. Are you able to see from your window, or I guess the glass door, are you able to see the vehicle?
Like it's kind of like behind a bush, like kind of behind it where like the stop sign is. It kind of shows it a little bit in the video, but it wasn't like I could barely see it. Like it was like kind of like behind my bush, like around the corner, but in front of my stop sign a little bit.
So you could see the vehicle partially?
Partially, that's it.
Could you see the people, could you see people sitting in the vehicle?
Nah, couldn't really see.
No further questions.
Ms. Marshall, if you have any questions of this witness, you can ask questions of this witness at this time.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question. Does the ring camera show where the car was parked? Can you see the car from the ring camera? And you'll need to
Apologies, Your Honor. Yes, I can see the car parked from the ring camera. Yes, ma'am.
You could or you could not?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And do you have any video footage of the time that they were just standing out there sitting at the car? Do you have that ring footage?
No, that was it. Like that was the last of what happened after that. They like had after the video, that was it. That's all it caught. Because it was no movement after that.
Okay, so your ring video only records
it was
whenever there's movement?
Detection. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. And Madam Counsel, do you have another witness, or is this your only witness?
That was my only witness, Your Honor.
Okay. So I will hear brief argument. Counsel, I'll hear from you first, and then I'll hear from Ms. Marshall, your legal reasons for why you think I should rule in your favor. Counsel, you can begin with your argument.
Your Honor, as it pertains to the charge or the alleged charge of simple assault, I believe the evidence and the testimony shows that no such event occurred. You heard testimony from Ms. Marshall and her family, or at least let's start with Ms. Marshall. She stated that her mother did not come up to the door. She stated that Mr. Jingles was waving a gun this way, and it was 8 inches. However, she also stated that it was an AR-15, which actually ranges between 2 to 3 feet. So just the waving by itself, one hand, it does not seem reasonable. She stated that there were no words exchanged, or at least let me not say no words exchanged, but that Mr. Jingles was being aggressive and he was cursing. And yet there's evidence, video evidence, which I believe would be the best kind of evidence that shows that there was no cursing on the part of Mr. Jingles. In fact, Miss Marshall's brother is the one that stated that he wanted to see Mr. Jingles, and he was waiting for him. They stated that the child was shaking and terrified and scared, but when you see the video, the child was starting to pull away, trying to enter the home, and was being prevented from doing so because all of a sudden mom wants to hug her, and uncle wants to hug her, and grandma wants to hug her, which is something that quite frankly could have been done while they were sitting or upon reaching the location. They testified that, or at least Miss Marshall testified that he ran upstairs with the gun, but at no point did she testify when he came back downstairs. But miraculously now he's out in the porch. He was pointing the gun out into the porch. There are no video evidence that shows this alleged firearm was being pointed out to them. When they're vacating the porch, no one seems to be in fear. No one's running. No one is making mention about the firearm. Mr. Marshall stated that Mr. Jingles is laughing and being antagonistic, and yet it's Mr. Marshall who you hear laughing when he's walking away after this incident. Nothing about this has anything to do with any type of assault. Quite frankly, this is just intimidation on the part of Miss Marshall and her family against Mr. Jingles, because there is a pending civil matter. And you heard it even from Mr. Marshall, where he stated that, well, the reason why they wanted to make sure that he was there and that they had to be there is because if she did not return the child, that she would have to be incarcerated. And this just comes out as pure retaliation. There's just nothing that shows any alleged firearm. There's nothing that shows any alleged animosity, aggression, or anything of the sort on the part of Mr. Jingles, on the part of his spouse. Even then, you could hear her on the video stating that you guys are being disrespectful. And so we just believe that this is Miss Marshall being vindictive. And we would ask that the court find that she has not met her burden, sorry, that she has not met her burden, and that the application be denied.
Okay, Mrs. Marshall, I'm going to hear from you briefly. You need to let me know your legal reasons why you think I should rule in your favor.
Legal reasons. I believe that you should rule in my favor because nothing that I've said here today has been a lie. Nobody was preventing her from going inside. I wanted to get another hug from her before her going inside. And so that's what I did. And that's what my mom did and my brother, because nobody has, we don't know the next time we'll be able to see her. So we all wanted another hug. I really have nothing else to say other than I know what I saw and what had happened, and there was no lies being told on my end.
Okay. Thank you both for your closing arguments. I'm not going to issue a warrant at this time. If you would like to pursue a warrant, you will need to talk to either the investigating police or you will need to talk to the prosecutor's office, but I would not be issuing a warrant at this time. So the case will be dismissed as far as it relates to Mr. Jingles. So all parties are free to go on that. Madam Clerk, if we could let the witnesses back in so they can know that they're excused.
Well, guys, who called that in terms of no warrant being issued? I think the judge herself, did she call herself crass earlier? I think she did. Anyways, you don't have to go anywhere. We're not ones to go to bed early here. I'm on West Coast and it's only 8:20 p.m. So, if you give me one moment, what I'm about to do for you, while you take the time to go make sure that you have subscribed to the channel and liked or disliked the video, whichever you prefer, let me have one moment to find our next episode of Detention Dockets, which is our normal programming in the evening and one of a great introduction to court, which is how a lot of us got hooked on court, actually, which is why I rewatched them. They originally aired in 2020 and 2021, and they were a lot of fun. But they are a little different than adult court, so you need to keep that in mind. We have a game that we play where we try and sorry, I'm trying to do this and talk. There's a game that we play where we're vote on whether the kids are going to get detained or released, and we also there's lots of fun happening because it's judges that we see over and over again, and we're watching it in quick succession. I'm trying to remember where we got to last night because we've watched a lot of these episodes. If you want to go check them out, there's a detention docket playlist that is just for that reason. But anyways, the thing to know about detention dockets is that it's the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas. Judge Alex Kim presiding. Shoot. Oh no, I do have one. One. Okay, I've got one. On the ready, and then I have to add something else. Judge Alex Kim presiding, and he rules his courtroom sort of like the judge we just saw rule her courtroom. What I mean by that is you can't be late. You can't be rude. You can't, there's so many things that you really can't do. And that starts with arriving on time and not sassing the judge. This judge is one of those ones you really need to make sure.
I'm here for Lewis Parker.
Whoa. Oh yeah, the other thing is these kids are kept in detention. And so what that means is there's pretty strict rules. If they mess up, then they lose their levels. The levels are from 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the best, 3 being the worst. And then they have O for outstanding, A for acceptable, U for unacceptable, and C for confined. So the best level that you can be is a 1 outstanding, and that's what they expect everyone to be. And the worst level that you could be would be a 3 confined. When you're brought into detention as a juvenile, you're not entitled nor to the presumption of bond. And so you don't get released based on that. You have to come before a judge every 10 business days, and they decide if you have adequate supervision and also the ability to not harm yourself or
Morning.
others.
This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Monday, February 1st, 2021. Applies to the Texas Supreme Court, emergency order number 33. We are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, we're holding these hearings through Zoom. Comply with the Texas Open Courts Act. We are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public can have meaningful access to what occurs inside a public courtroom. No portion of this court hearing may be copied, recorded, or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and up to a $500 fine. We want to remind everyone that this is a court hearing, so people are expected to behave appropriately for court. So please do not be laying down, using the lavatory, taking showers, consuming alcohol, or having domesticated animals cross the screen. People are expected to behave appropriately. Please have your cameras on And please do not have bright lights behind your face, as that shadows out your face. All right, we're going to start with Tyler Blankenship. Tyler Blankenship. All right, Mr. Blankenship, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Law says when a child's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, we will provide one for you. We've appointed Mr. Willett as your attorney for today. I've not seen Mr. Willett, so I'm going to ask Ms. Hopkins to go ahead and substitute. Ms. Hopkins, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Tyler, let's see. You're 16 years old. Oh. First came in last June for theft of mail. Then organized crime. You received probation for that in July of last year. Then you're arrested New Year's Eve for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. And then you were let go. But there's an affidavit of non-prosecution, so we'll see what happens for you there. So then, just a couple days ago, Arlington Police brought you in. According to the report, you were a passenger in a vehicle. That was a traffic accident. And witnesses said you got out of the vehicle to put your property and hid it behind a brick structure by the traffic control device at the northwest corner of the intersection. Police retrieved the property at a teal plastic bag with cartridges of THC oil. You admitted to trying to hide the property. So now you're in possession of manufacturing or delivery of controlled substance from 4 to 400 grams. So you're looking at a first-degree felony. So you're potentially looking at, if this is an adult case, 5 to 99 years in prison over this. So, well, we give you a drug test and you are positive for marijuana. So you have pending cases, you're smoking weed, and it looks like you're dealing THC. So I think the only way to keep you here is the only way to keep you from using controlled substances and breaking the law is to keep you here. Do you have a parent here for Tyler?
Your Honor, I sent Grandma the link. She wasn't feeling well this morning, but she said she was getting on. So no, sir, she's not on.
Okay. All right, Stephanie, I think we're probably going to just tell Mr. Willett that I want to do this motion modified disposition pretty quickly. All right, and we'll just try and find days for him. So, all right, Tyler, just to let you know, I don't think probation is really working out for you if this is all true. And so
Your Honor.
Hold on a second, if I can finish my sentence.
My bad.
We're going to have to address this issue, and we'll have a hearing pretty quickly on whether you violated your one or more terms of your probation. If you have, they have to decide whether to keep you on probation or to send you to THJD. All right, did you have a question for me?
Yeah, I did. Is there any house arrest? I wasn't selling.
Hold on, that doesn't sound like a question. So do you have a question for me?
Could you put me on house arrest?
No, you're smoking weed while you're on probation.
I didn't cut off my ankle monitor last time. I started quitting weed.
So you want a cookie? I mean, you're telling me that like you violated some of your probation, but you didn't violate others, so you need to get rewarded?
No, I'm just
smoking weed while you're on probation.
I quit. I failed my drug test last week.
You quit when you came to Kimbo, right?
Mr. Blankenship.
Yeah, these aren't questions, Tyler. So decisions have consequences. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Euless Goodwin. All right, Mr. Goodwin, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when the kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You're not affordable. We'll provide one for you. Mr. Berger is your attorney. Good morning, Mr. Berger.
Morning, Judge.
All right, Euless, let's see. Saturday you referred, or Friday you referred by Arlington for burglary of a building. On Friday about 7:45 at night, they were dispatched for a burglary call at a storage unit. When they found you and detained you, that the husband had restrained. I'm guessing the husband of the owner of the storage unit. Let's see. Victim said when they arrived to their storage unit, they saw a black male standing near the unit. Wife unlocked the unit, opened the door, saw 3 male suspects rushing out. pushing the wife, causing her to fall. Husband grabbed one of the suspects to restrain him. Victims say that 2 pairs of Air Jordans, 2 iPads, iPhone 4, iPhone 5, and a Fitbit were taken. Total value was $1,300. Police report said that while they're handcuffing you, a Fitbit fell and recovered, which she said belonged to her. Storage unit manager made the scene, reported to police that someone had also been inside her unit, but wasn't sure if anything was stolen. Ulyss told the police that he and his companions entered the storage unit through a cutout in the roof, and said Ulyss did provide information of other suspects, but not their name or his. And you had a runaway report. He was on probation for criminal mischief and burglary of a vehicle. But he was clean on his UA. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Okay, where's the parent? The parent room. All right. So how long had he been runaway for?
Just for that evening, but he's ran away 4 times since October, one of which was overnight.
Okay, hold on a second. Ms. Hawthorne, are you in a moving car?
Yes, sir. I'm not driving. I'm not
It
driving.
doesn't matter if you're driving or not. I specifically said at the beginning, please do not be in a moving vehicle.
Okay.
You can't be in, y'all pull over.
Okay.
I told you not to turn your camera off either. All right, so I'm sorry, Mom. So he had run away the day before?
It was that day that he ran away.
Okay.
He ran away after he was into a fight. It was said by the officer at the school that it was a gang fight. And so after the school, sometime he didn't get off the bus. He didn't come home. We never heard from him, and that's out of his norm.
So the first time he ran away?
No, he's ran away 4 times since October.
All right, so what are we going to, like, what can we do?
He has previous charges. He's been to this court before, previously for arson and other charges. The last time he ran away 2 weeks before this last Friday, he stole 3 of my handguns out of my house. It's believed, I can only say it's believed that the boys that he was with has 2 of the guns and he's hiding 1 of them.
He's a menace to society and us. He needs to be somewhere where he cannot be around anyone. He needs to be locked up. He's a menace.
Your Honor, can I interject, please?
Yes, Mr. Ligon.
We just now received a report, like within the last couple of minutes, for theft of a firearm. That has not been, that's not included in the offense report. I haven't even read the details on it. That's how fresh it is, but we did just receive it.
Okay. So, Mom, those weapons are not recovered, correct?
They're not recovered.
Okay. All right. Well, Ulyss, I'm not going to, whenever there's a gun involved with a kid, you know that I always hold them. So I just need to be careful about releasing children so they don't have access to the same guns that they were involved with. So I'm going to let you know now, until those guns are recovered, I'm pretty much going to keep you here. So if you want to tell your attorney on how we can recover those guns, so I feel like it's somewhat safe to release you, that's a really good start. But until then, I'm not going to put you on the street so you can go get a gun and then use it. All right? Thank you, Ulyss.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Bria Heron.
I want to walk there from lobby. Mr. Ortiz.
Bria Heron. Bria Heron. Well, Ms. Thomas, please call the detention facility and ask why they haven't brought the child over here. Brian Hyder. All right, Mr. Hyder, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child's brought to our facility, You have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you're not afford one, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Daniels is your attorney. Ms. Thomas, you called detention?
Your Honor, there's two. It would be Deanne Thomas.
Oh,
That's
okay.
her.
Yes. Deanne, have you called detention?
I'm in the process of.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Hyder, I told you Mr. Daniels. Good morning, Mr. Daniels.
Good morning, Judge. And I'm not sure, is that Mr. Hyder or is that Tybria Hebron?
No, Tybria is a female, so it should be Fox F Pod. Are you Mr. Hyder?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so yesterday about 3 o'clock, Fort Worth was working the gun show. There was an off-duty officer or a detailed officer working the gun show. 3 individuals known to be gang members were at the show. The Cedar Hill officer said the suspects were walking around holding firearms. And Fort Worth PD was able to identify that they are members of the Jug Team gang. And Brian was identified as one of the gang members in possession of an AK-47 pistol and detained, and none were stolen. So we have a 16-year-old kid walking around a gun show with a pistol. So you have pending aggravated robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charges out of Dallas County. We have a parent here. Mom, do y'all live in Dallas or Tarrant?
We live in Cedar Hill.
You live in
And
Cedar Hill.
never had any cases against him in Dallas at all. Never been in trouble. And
Hold on a second. Ms. Brazel, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does he have pending cases in Dallas?
I spoke to Dallas County this morning and they received cases on the 6th of January this month for an aggravated robbery and an aggravated assault.
Okay, Mom. So I
that's
guess
not correct. On everything I love, on God himself. That's not correct. They pinned that on him.
Mom,
Videos.
Mom. Okay, both of you need to stop talking right now.
Okay. You
So,
asked
Mom,
me a question. I'm sorry.
just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening. Trust me, there are plenty of things that happen in the court system that defendants and parents are unaware of until after the fact. So even though you may not know about it, that doesn't mean there's not a case pending against them, right? So
Why hasn't anyone called me? It's been almost 30 days.
they're not required to call you until certain points. They don't have to call you because there's an investigation.
Okay, so if that's the case, there should be a parent involved or someone called because he's not of age. Why hasn't anyone come to me?
Because that is not the law. The police are not required to call the parent if they're doing investigation.
Okay, so there was a robbery.
This is Dallas County. This is a
I've
Dallas
never been in trouble with Dallas County.
about Tarrant County. Right now, it's about your son having a gun.
A police officer sold him.
I'm sorry. I keep on talking when you're interrupting me. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying, but you insisting. So please finish your question or your statement.
Go ahead. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Thank you. So just because there's a case pending, so there's evidently an aggravated robbery and aggravated assault deadly weapon cases out of Dallas County that your son is part of. I don't know if it's just a warrant. I don't know if it's an investigation. I don't know if somebody just named him, but somehow he is part of those cases. And so we verified that. So when you say, I swear to God, it's not happening, before you swear to God, I suggest, there may just recognize there may be things that you're unaware of that the law allows you to be unaware of. Right? So at this point, Mr. Hyder, my policy is whenever there's a child brought in with a gun, that I detain the kid. I need to know where the gun came from. I need to know if it's.
Did you know where the gun came from?
I'm sorry. There I go talking while you're interrupting. Go ahead, Mom. No. Go ahead.
Can I talk?
This is probably not the time you want to talk because your mom's just going to interrupt you too.
Sarcastic.
Okay. So Brian, at this point, I'm just going to go and detain you because I'm not comfortable releasing you into the community like you are a danger to the community or to yourself. All right. So Mr. Hyder, if you have a question for me, I don't mind you asking me a question, but if you want to tell me something, your attorney, Mr. Daniels, does not want you to tell me anything. All right. So do you have a question for me or do you want to tell me something?
Can't get like house arrest or nothing.
Oh, you can, but I'm not going to.
I haven't, I swear to God, I didn't do nothing. I didn't know.
Okay, all right, so I'm just telling you, you got picked up with an AK-47 pistol in your hand. And you're telling me
I was holding it for a friend at the gun show.
all right, again, that doesn't sound like a question. And what I'm telling you is a child under 18 years old cannot be in possession of a firearm. That means care, custody, or control. And it looks like you had care, custody, or control of a firearm. Okay? So that's the thing you Dallas kids don't understand. When you come to Tarrant County and you have a gun, I'm holding you because I need to be comfortable about releasing kids back into the community if you have access to firearms.
That was the only access I had.
That's enough.
Was at the gun show. I'm not gonna hold another one.
Again, your attorney does not want you to be telling me these things, but that is enough. It doesn't matter if you do it once or 100 times. Once is enough. All right. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Hyder.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jermaine Key.
Okay.
Jermaine Key.
Just give me 1 second.
All right. I don't have to turn the camera off if the kid's right there. Like, it's the only time. Like, that's a valid excuse. I mean, if you bring it in with you. All right, Mr. Key, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When the kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. I'm going to go ahead and appoint Ms. Taylor has been appointed as your attorney. Good morning, Ms. Taylor. Oh, for Mr. Hyder, make sure you put a note about mom and kid attitudes. Did you use that word? Okay.
Good morning.
Right,
Sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Key, you're 14 years old. You've never been here before. Back on Saturday, police were dispatched for domestic victim, mother and mother's boyfriend. Told police that on Friday you were suspended for school for being in possession of Xanax. For punishment, mom disassembled your bed, made a pallet on the floor to sleep on. I already like mom. She also took away electronics and nice shoes. Mom woke up, found Jermaine sleeping in the brother's bed, would not get up. She got a belt, spanked him, made him sleep back on the pallet. In the morning, she had to get up for breakfast and told him that she was going to cut his hair. He refused to let her cut his hair and process cut his fingers on the scissors she was holding. Then went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and acted like he was going to cut somebody. Mother was able to get the knife away. Short time later, Jermaine and his mother got in a fight, and the two fell to the ground. He struck his mother in the head and elbow, causing pain, so he was brought here. All right, so Mom, I just want to let you know, I'm also a judge that does CPS things, and by law, you're required to provide him a roof over his head, a set of clothes, and 2,000 calories a day. Nowhere in there did that say you're required to give him a bed. It doesn't say you have to give him nice shoes. It doesn't mean you have to let him have the hair the way he wants. Mom, you are perfectly within your rights, in my opinion, for what you did. All right, just want to let you know, I don't think you, from what I've seen, I don't think you did a single thing wrong. All right. But that being said, Jermaine, you're 14, you don't have a job, you don't pay bills, you don't pay for the internet, you don't pay for gas, groceries, you don't cook. You just, well, you're just kind of mooching off your parents right now. If you're mooching off your parents with a bad attitude, that just makes your situation worse. So, Mom, just my question, in your opinion, does he need a haircut?
I just wanted to humble him, you know.
I understand. But that's, I mean, there's all kinds. So, Mom, one thing you have to understand about me is I really respect parental rights and I respect parental decisions. And there are all kinds of things parents do that I would never do, but I respect the fact that they're making that decision. Okay. So I'm not second guessing you. I'm just, at this point, I need to figure out if it's okay to release Jermaine. I don't know if he actually pulled out the knife, how much you felt like that was an actual threat. It seemed like you were able to get the knife from him, so it probably wasn't that big of a threat.
Yes.
But I need to make sure that you and your family is safe if I was to release him.
Yeah.
Okay? He's 14 years old. He's never been here before. These are kind of kids I'm inclined to release to the parents whenever the parents are comfortable.
Yes. It's not who he is.
Right. So my first question for you is, do you feel like your home would be safe if I was to release Jermaine to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Does he have a history of running away?
He does not.
Okay. What are his grades like?
His grades are good. He's
Okay.
got A's and B's. He does
Okay.
well.
All right. So then here's my next question, Mom. Where did the Xanax come from?
According to the school, I mean, it was on his person. He's saying he got it from someone.
Okay.
And I mean, this is the first time that's ever happened. That's not his history. So I think he's following some kids that he probably shouldn't be.
Jermaine, and Mom, I'm interrupting you. So Jermaine, you have to understand, your mom and I seem very similar, that we have very hard line rules and things are either black or white. And either you follow the rules or you don't follow the rules. It really becomes that simple. Okay? So if you don't like it, that's just unfortunate that you're born into this world with a mom who actually is active in your life and finds it important to give you the structure. So, well, Mom, I will tell you, normally in this type of situation, I would hold him here and detain him, make him get to level 1 outstanding before I would consider releasing him, okay? And level 1 outstanding here, there's your set of rules. If you break the rules, you lose points. If you break small rules, you lose small points. If you break big rules, you lose big points. And then if you do what you're supposed to do, you get to level 1 outstanding. And then that shows me he's able to follow the rules. It makes me comfortable to release him. Right? Now, I am willing to release him to you early because I like the amount of structure you're giving, but I'm afraid that it's not going to impress upon him how important it is to follow the rules. Okay? And so I don't know how you feel about this. And to give you an example of the rules, there are certain things like we have a rule you lose points for failure to comply. So our detention staff tells them, get in line here, and he has an attitude. Or if they tell him to stay quiet, then he starts mouthing off. There's something called do not associate. So if he associates with other kids that he's instructed not to, he would lose points. These are all things that kind of go back and translate to home, right? When you tell him to clean up his room, he needs to clean up his room. If he needs to sit down for dinner, do the dishes, not hang out with the kids you don't like. These all fall into place, right? So, Mom, I want your opinion.
To be honest, this isn't what Jermaine is going through right now. Isn't who he is.
Okay.
And I think he's just going through some things right now.
Okay.
He's not a bad kid. He's not a bad person.
Okay.
And I think he should be okay to come home. We're gonna do some things different, and we're gonna get back on track.
All right. Would you like us to give him a drug test?
You could. I believe school did on Friday when they caught him, and he didn't have anything in his system, they said, but I'm okay with that.
All right, Mr. Carl, let's go ahead and give him a drug screen, just to see. Because if it's true that he's telling his mom that he just held it and never took it, then they'll show up as a negative, and that's a good thing, right? So that just gives you more information. So it's also one more reason why Jermaine should be more truthful to his mom. So Jermaine, I'm going to ask you now. I mean, I'm just going to lay this out for you. Would you rather just go home now with your mom and at the risk of coming back if your mom tells us you're giving her problems? Or do you want to earn your way back, get to level 1 outstanding, and then prove to your mom that you can do it here and then go home and do it?
I have to go home now. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
I said I could go home now.
All right. Now you understand, Jermaine, this is tough. You're 14, you're growing into a young man. Okay? I respect that, I appreciate that. But you understand you're still 14. And your mom still has the legal, moral, and ethical responsibilities to you, right? And so you got to follow it. Like if your mom says your hair's got to be cut, then your hair's got to be cut. You understand? You don't have a say in that, right? Jermaine?
Yeah.
That's a question to you. Do you want to answer the question?
What was the question?
Okay. So you're 14 years old, and your mom has a legal, ethical, moral responsibility for your upbringing and to teach you how to grow into a young man. Okay. So she calls the shots. You're still 14. You're still a kid. At the end of the day, if your mom says, I'm cutting your hair, you understand she's cutting your hair, right?
Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Mom, I'm changing my mind. His attitude
Yeah,
is just
maybe
not
he
right.
does need to stay.
Yeah.
His whole demeanor is
Right. No, I
really
understand.
plain.
Mom, I really respect you. I admire you. But at this point, Jermaine's making decisions that he's trying to flex for me.
Yeah,
It's
he's
not,
got
it's
a
not
little attitude going, so maybe he does need to stay.
Yeah. So Mom, even no matter what you said at this point, I would detain him. So hey, Jermaine, you just made a bad situation worse. I was ready to send you home. But if you're gonna have this attitude, we'll see you in 10 days. If you're level 1 outstanding, I'll consider releasing you. Thank you, Jermaine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. All right, Ms. Taylor. I mean, I was ready to.
We'll try again.
Defeat snatched from the jaws of victory.
I know. Thanks, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Daniela Morales.
Your Honor, I don't see Foxpod logged into his
They're in the
call yet.
waiting room. I'm trying to figure out why they just tried to join now. All right, Foxpod. Foxpod, are you there?
Yes,
Okay, so my question is, where have y'all been?
sir.
Yes, where have y'all been?
We was
No,
trying
I'm
to,
talking to the security control.
we was trying to get on, because we was just getting out of court with Judge Porter.
Can you call Judge Porter and see if he just let out? Okay. Y'all not have another computer? Y'all should have 3 computers back there.
We got another computer over here. Copy back console. Zach?
Who's on the radio there?
Mr. Johnny.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Johnny?
Mr. Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnny?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, don't y'all have 3 computers back there?
No, I'm on the girls' part. We got one on H.
Can you turn your radio down? Because I can't hear you with the radio.
All right, we got one on H pod, one on the girls' pod, and one in the back. But I think they're not using the one in the back, so we're gonna get it brought over.
Can you turn your radio off, please?
Yes, I did. Okay, so we got one in the back, one on H pod, and one over on F pod with the girls. We're gonna get the one from the back, since they're not using it, brought over to F pod for the girls.
Right, so why didn't y'all do that 30 minutes ago?
Because they were using it in the back a minute ago.
They were using it back with who?
They had a kid with a 930 court going on.
So then what happened to the computer for F-Pod?
That's the one they're using now. It was on.
It was on.
Yeah.
But somebody just told me that this computer was being used for Judge Porter up until just right now.
Yes, the one computer they have over here.
So what about the one in the back?
That's what they're about to bring over now. They were using it for a 930 court, but they're bringing it now.
So they were using both computers for 930 court?
No, they were using this one for over here with the girls. The other one was being used in the back for 930, and then the one on
Right. So this computer here, we started at 10:30.
Yeah.
Why weren't y'all here?
We were here.
No, because I called.
Oh, they said they're saying they were.
Curran, and this computer wasn't even logged in.
They were in the wrong courtroom. They said. That's what they're telling me here.
How are they in the wrong courtroom? But we've been doing this every day for over a year, right?
Child that was on Judge Porter, and once we logged out, we was trying
Who is talking right now?
Jasmine.
Jasmine.
Jasmine, the child?
No, Jasmine, the staff. She was the one over here responsible for the court.
Okay, so I mean, we started at 10:30, and they went to the wrong link?
Who's in Judge Porter courtroom?
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. There's two computers back there, only one was in court.
Yes, but the normal practice is they keep the one in the back for the kids that are 10 days general population. They keep one on the quarantine part and one on the system, but 3 different areas.
But one wasn't being used.
Sometimes 2 aren't being used.
Yeah, but today one wasn't being used. So why didn't they take this one over here?
Normal practice is not move it, they just do it because of the way that they're pointing. So they normally leave one in the back general area, one in the quarantine, and they want to keep. Because right now, like that female, it's still a small room, so they only have that one room for the female.
But when you know this kid still is a hearing going on with Judge Porter at 10:30, like, because they just joined the waiting room like 10:58, 10:57. So it's been 30 minutes. They're sitting there knowing that detention hearings are going on, that they leave a computer sitting around, right? Like, you see my problem with this?
That I can't. I mean, I know their big concern is the moving of kids. They don't want to move the females to that general area.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the alternative is if they don't want to move the females to that area, we have to go in person, right? I mean, really, the one thing that just torques me is for an agency that's in possession of a body, right, of a child, the child cannot do anything. You'll have to bring them to court, right? And that's one of my pet peeves that has been for day one. Like, it is, like, I will always get upset with JPD for not bringing the child. Like, you'll have to do that, right? Okay, so looking forward, how do we fix this?
You can have an extra laptop set up on Echo, so it does a lot. If you have a court hearing going on at one time, you will have to treat that problem. Now,
Why didn't we do that today, though?
we don't have no equipment. The thing is, they only have 3 laptops.
But why couldn't they bring that other laptop that's not being used to EchoPod?
The only thing that I suggest is probably like the process is saying, they don't want to move it over because they know probably going to have some more detention hearings happening. After that, I'm hearing correctly.
They don't want to move it because they know they'll have more detention hearings.
So say for example, Parker was in the kitchen. You know, he's on that quarantine. Say if we had a large body, he had some more kids in the back. They wouldn't move the one from there to the other unit, especially if one kid has a knife in the room. And then we have to transport the laptop back over. One way we try to have space ready to have more laptops into another area. Now, the back area, unlike the upper units, does have different rooms, but they could possibly have more than one cell at a time. But like the E, F, G, and H, there's only one room.
Okay, so then my question is, if we know, what time did the hearing in front of Judge Porter start?
I was in the parent court, I couldn't tell you that.
So it went for an hour and a half?
They were preempted. Oh, wait, yes. Yes, it really did.
Okay.
There's a contested modification.
So if you know it's a contested modification, why are we tying up that room knowing detention hearing started in an hour? Like, this is what I can't figure out is how everyone here waiting for 30 minutes for this one child, and it's not her fault because she can't do anything. It's detention's fault. I mean, you have to point it out to where it is, right? And that has always been my biggest pet peeve. Sheriff, detention.
I don't think that's your biggest pet peeve, Judge Kim. I really don't. I'm good. I'm quiet because I'm just letting this temper tantrum proceed. This was literally more like 8 minutes that we just spent, maybe less, talking about why they couldn't bring a laptop, which is just such an issue that he shouldn't even worry about. Yeah, and I saw somebody in the chat was like, if everybody else is smart enough to stay silent. Yes. You see, in this court, nobody's volunteering information. He has to draw it out like blood. Let's see. where if we finally get this. Also, Ray Hall is here. We don't have a beaver today, but we do have Ray Hall over there with the turkey behind his head. Yeah, John, I saw that. It was you. The judge is tired, fed up, but he doesn't need to be doing this. He could be sending an email. This is an email. This, if anything was an email, this was an email. What is the nickname for Judge Kim? I don't know. I don't even know. Because I think he's just Judge Kim. Judge Kimbo. Or we could call him Judge Tap on the Brakes because I remember him saying that all the time, but I haven't heard him say it like once during this whole series. I think what happens is he picks up that Judge Porter has a catchphrase, better than I deserve, and realizes, oh, people like that. So he develops his own catchphrase, which is tap on the brakes. And I believe this becomes implemented soon. Anyways, we will see. Tampax, yeah, that's a good one. Judge want a cookie. Judge, where's the weed from? That'd be a good one. Where'd you get that weed? Where'd you get that weed? Okay, let's continue on.
Or, police departments, whatever. It's if you're holding a person, like that is your responsibility to bring them to court because they can't do it on their own, right? I mean, it's not fair to the child. Like if they're showing plate to court, that's, that own person's fault, and you get the consequences of the court knowing that you're late to court. If you're in custody, you don't have a choice. That's not fair to them. Right? I don't know. I guess I'll email Jesus and figure out what we can do. But I mean, this can't, like the other alternative for me is the court is just to do in person. Like every single one is in person. And when Judge Whitley and Judge Evans and Nathan Heck of the Supreme Court asked me, why are we doing this in person? I say, because JPD cannot bring the person to Zoom. And that is exactly the reason I'm going to give. It is our juvenile probation's fault because they cannot bring an inmate over onto a computer. They can't bring a computer to an inmate. And that's why we have to go in person. It's been a consistent pattern. Like, I don't know why HPOD is fine. FPOD is the one that consistently has problems every week. Right? We can't go a full week without a problem with Foxtrot. So, yeah, I'm not mad with you guys. I just can't figure out why HPOD can get their act together and do it, but FPOD can't. They can't. I don't know if it's a staffing issue or a logistics issue, a facilities issue, but that's the one. If I know there's gonna be a problem, it's gonna be Foxtrot Pod. All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. So are you Daniela? Are you Daniela Morales?
Tabria Heron.
Okay, you're Tibria Hebron. Y'all missed Tibria. This is time for Daniela Morales.
Okay.
Can we bring Daniela Morales, please? You know what? We're going to do all the females in person. So just get them ready to come in person. We're going to do the males. If you're an attorney for any of the females, I'll have Zoom on and turn the camera around. All right, so we'll go Ashton Nichols. Is that male or female? Is Ashton Nichols? All right, Mr. Nichols, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a kid's brought to facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to comment, you have a right to an attorney, and we have appointed Mr. Green as your attorney.
Present, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Green. All right, Mr. Nichols, let's see, you're 17 years old. You're on probation for possession of controlled substance, 1 to 4 grams of penalty group 2. You just went on probation in August or October. All right, so we issued a warrant for you in December because you're arrested for drug charges, adult drug charges. We issued a warrant for you, but you were released from jail because your friends posted bail. You did not return home after being released. We had no contact with you. We tried to reach you through email and cell phone, no response. You were not complying before your arrest on your probation. In November, you brought evidently a taser into your home and threatened to tase your dad.
Oh, sir.
And so Dad said that you told him that you really want to buy a gun, but unable to do so because you're under 18, so you bought a taser instead, saying that you need it for protection. And they're saying that your parents scheduled an appointment for drug assessment, a psychological evaluation. You refused to go, saying you didn't need it. You've been uncooperative at home, hostile, refusing to follow curfew or house rules. You were supposed to find a job as part of your probation, but you quit your job. And parents are saying that on social media, it looks like you're selling drugs. So, and you're positive for weed. Wait, no, did we not give him a drug test?
I'm going to take one today.
It's not your turn to talk. So, Mr. Tanya, did we give him a drug test?
They attempted, Your Honor, and staff indicated that he was not able to provide a sample.
Okay.
Came in.
All right. So, actually, I'm going to let you know when you refuse to provide a sample, and I just assume you're positive for everything. So, whether it's your heroin, your PCP habit, your fentanyl, whatever, you're just using all of it. So that's why you're hiding and not providing.
No, sir. I'm taking a drug test today.
The way I'm looking at it is, it seems like you're violating the terms of your probation. I'm going to go ahead and detain you since you're not.
May I say something, sir?
So,
Mr. Pickles, I'd advise you not to talk when the judge is talking. Okay.
That doesn't work out for you. So, but the fact that you got arrested for a charge, you didn't call our probation officer to let them know that this is going on, and then you refuse to respond to contacts while you're on supervision. That's just absconding. So I feel like you're not going to appear for court. If we have further courts, I'm going to go and detain you. I'm also going to let you know that since you are 17 years old, it is at my discretion whether I keep you here at Kimbo or I send you downtown to the adult jail. If I keep you here, then I'm expecting you to be level 1 outstanding. If your level drops, I will send you downtown and you will sit there until our cases are finished. Just so you know, on a juvenile case, you cannot bond out. There is no bond for juvenile cases, so you will sit there until the case is done. Right now, I know you were trying to say something. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question, but if you want to tell me something, I'm pretty sure your attorney does not want you to tell me anything, all right? So do you have a question for me?
Can I go ahead and not listen to my attorney and talk to you directly, sir?
Well, everyone has a right to ignore the advice of counsel, but I'm telling you, you probably don't do it. I'll also let you know that I'm not going to change my mind. So if you feel like you're going to talk me out of it, it's not going to happen.
Okay, I don't feel like I'm going to talk you out of it. I just want to explain to my PO and that my parents are listening. I just want to explain the situation better. I understand that I'm being detained. That's fine.
Okay. All right. So thank you, sir. Please get your behavior level up, and then we'll figure out what to do from here. One piece of advice is well, no, I'm sorry. I'm a judge now. I can't give legal advice. So
can I say something?
Yes, sir.
So I was arrested for those charges in November, correct? And I was brought into Tarrant County Jail in Fort Worth, correct? And they released me and they didn't tell me anything. And I was outside, it was around 10 p.m. I was outside. I called my parents 3 times on the jail phone and it didn't answer. So I had someone else come pick me up and I stayed the night with them. And then I was planning to go home, but based off of phone calls with my parents, I didn't feel welcome to go home. So I was afraid. So I wanted to prove to them that I could take care of this on my own. And so January 11th, I went to the DMV to go get a new license so that I could get a job. And I also knew going in there, if I had a warrant, I would be arrested that day, but I wasn't. I just want my parents to know that I didn't go home not to run from them, but I wanted to come back and prove to them that I was doing the right thing.
I understand. And while that may be very noble, when you're on probation, you have to stay in contact. And let your probation officer know if you ever change addresses.
Right. So can I explain this? So
well, you know this isn't your hearing, right? Like we're not going to decide what happens.
I know. I just want my PO, my parents to understand. That's all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think they get the picture that you may have had at least noble intentions.
Well, I was also like you're saying, like I didn't keep in contact because I had no phone. I had no way to contact anyone. They didn't tell me to contact anyone. They didn't tell me anything. They just threw me out on the street.
All right, stop making yourself a victim on this one, Ashton, okay?
I'm not. No, I'm not trying to.
So you're staying at a friend's house and they don't have a phone. People paid money to a bail bondsman to get you out and they don't have a phone.
No one bailed me out. They didn't say I was bailed out. They just threw me on the street, sir.
Now you're lying to me because when you sign,
I'm not lying to you. Honest to God. Honest to God, I'm not lying to you.
When you're in jail and somebody bails you out, you have to sign a piece of paper saying that you understand the conditions and that you have a court date. You have to stay in contact with the court. Like you signed.
Okay, well, can we please go look at the footage because that did not happen to me, sir. I promise you, on hand to God, right hand to God.
Okay. Like I don't know why we look at the footage.
Because I don't know either. Because
you're missing the point here.
I'm not lying to you, sir, and you're calling me a liar.
Mr. Nichols, I'd advise you not to be discussing this in this forum till we could talk, okay?
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Judge.
Lewis Parker. Mr. Parker, how are you? This is a 10-day hearing. You know what it's like. I got to decide whether to keep you or release you. Your mom was here earlier, but she couldn't follow the rules. She kept on turning her camera off and she was in a moving car. And on Zoom, I don't allow that to happen. Did you get time with your dad this weekend?
Yes, sir.
How was that?
It was good, sir.
Dad, everything worked out okay?
Yes, sir, it did.
I mean, I wish, I don't mean this negatively. I really don't. I wish you had been around more so you could see changes in your son, because I've seen changes, right? And I know it wasn't your choice. It was not I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying if I could go back in time, that's kind of one of those things that if I was a genie, I could just turn back, you know?
Right.
I've had you around more. I think you and your son both feel that way. So, all right, well, I'm glad. Dad, you picked him up on time, got him back on time?
Always.
Always, okay. I'm just curious, Dad, so what if I was to release him? I mean, do you have a spot for him?
And honestly, I do not have one right now. And Monday I'll be starting truck driving school. It's Monday for sure this time. It's been a process trying to get enrolled, but
sure.
This Monday coming up.
Okay. So
starting from the bottom.
Okay.
And Judge, if I may, I think that they've got a spot for him in Mahia now.
Does he need to, or is he going to finish our localized treatment?
I think they had a problem. There was a gap in it, and he forgot what they had taught him. I believe now they're ready to take him at Mahia. They just need a negative COVID test.
And Your Honor, that progress report is probably on its way to you. I typed it Friday and turned it in electronically.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, Parker. Well, I'm going to detain you for now, okay? But keep on doing the things that you're doing because you're doing the right things, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Xander Walensky.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I believe one of his parents, his mother, is there in person, and his father is available via Zoom.
Right. Hey, so whoever's in Fox Pod, we're doing all the females in person today. Like, I know she's sitting there, but y'all should probably be lining up in this holdover next to the courtroom. Okay. Do we have there we go. We have Mom.
I'm here as well.
All right. Hello, Dad. All right, Xander. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You know how it works. When you come in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or release you. If I keep you here, You'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And we have appointed Ms. Hopkins as your attorney. Good morning, Ms. Hopkins. All right.
Good morning, Judge.
So, Susanna, you've been here as a runaway 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And you are on probation for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It seems like you always refuse to give a drug sample until this time. You tested positive for weed. So you're on probation for a felony. You're using weed. Let's see. According to Dad, last week he saw you smoking weed on the back patio. Prior to that, just a few days, she reported that you had weed delivered to the house while they were home. So we issued a warrant for you. You turned yourself in without incident. You refused a drug test on Saturday, and then you finally submitted a sample on Sunday.
Mr. Walensky.
So Ms. Gonzalez is requesting to be detained pending placement at TYRC's inpatient drug treatment program. Ms. Gonzalez, can you give me any kind of peer-reviewed study that shows that drug treatment works for marijuana use?
At this time, Your Honor, no. And I was waiting for you to ask that question. But our initial plan was to actually have him enter the FPP program. And he was actually supposed to, I believe, be enrolled today, this afternoon, with outpatient as, another service to kind of help support his substance use or try to, hopefully decline that use. But in speaking with the parents, they felt that he needed to be placed in inpatient drug treatment rather than participate in those programs at the time because he's continued to use while on EM.
So ultimately, what do you want to do?
Well, I've spoken to the director at TYRC, and they do have a bed available for him. But as you know,
TYRC is really for the drug treatment, though, right, Ms. Gonzalez?
That's correct. That's correct. And so, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But him using marijuana, that's just a choice. It's not. I see nothing that indicates it's an actual addiction that can be treated. So if he's just insisting on doing it, then TYRC. There's no reason why we need to spend county resources on changing behavior that Mr. Walensky does not want to change. All right, so y'all are gonna have to convince me on this one. I'm not sure I'm gonna order him to TYRC. If there's another alternative, I'm all ears. But the sobriety rate for marijuana use, 1-year sobriety rate is gonna be 18%, right? Mr. Walensky, I see your hand raised, but I'm not sure. I mean, we're just kind of talking about what we're looking at potentially happening to you. But
can I please just say one thing?
Your attorney doesn't want you to say anything. If you have a question, I think she's okay with you asking a question, but if you want to tell me something, she's not okay with that.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
In regards to marijuana addiction and the treatment that he would receive, whether it is outpatient or inpatient, when it is a dual thing and includes individual counseling, that can get to the issue of why there is there.
And that, you were absolutely right, Ms. Hopkins.
We may be able to, the treatment is, it can help and it can lead to not using anymore. I'm currently trying to find a service for you, but as you know, and additionally, Your Honor, if he was supposed to start that FPP program this afternoon, if he is here in detention, he will lose his spot for the FPP. And if he does that, then he's back at the bottom of the list and we're not doing anything to help this child. I would strongly encourage you, Your Honor, to consider releasing him so that he can start FPP this afternoon and or get into that treatment facility.
So, but Ms. Hopkins, you're absolutely correct. But when you do a dual focused treatment program for THC use, your one-year sobriety rate jumps up to 28%. I mean, that's what else? You can't, you bat 28% in baseball, you don't make the Hall of Fame. I mean, you can't,
Well,
that's
we're
how low
not
the numbers
here
are.
to make the Hall of Fame, Your Honor. We're here to help this individual get the treatment and help that he needs. I mean, that's why we started him on FPP. If the whole idea of this system is to assist the kid and not have him reoffend, then we have to get him treatment and we have to help him through that.
Mom, your hand is raised.
Yes, I'm sorry. Judge, can I say one thing about that TH deal? Because he was tested before. He's been in the hospital for using other drugs. The only reason he's not using drugs right now is because he's home. But he has used other drugs several times. Don't shake your head. That's not true. You know it.
Mama, I want to tell you, Mama, can I just say something?
No, this is not the time. Your attorney does not want you to talk.
Judge, can I say something?
Yes, Dad.
I believe the dad wants to.
Yeah, so I understand what the lawyer's saying. I disagree with what the lawyer's saying, and here's why. We bring Xander home. It's like it starts all over again, and it continues and continues. Xander needs to be taken out of that environment and put into an environment where he can actually have a clean, sober living, and also get help counseling, which is what the probation officer told me, in an inpatient type situation, out of the situation that he's in with his gangbanging friends and people who are smoking marijuana. You bring him home, it's going to start all over again. And that's what we're trying to stop. You can put an electric monitor on him. You can do whatever you want. When he's home, it's a whole different ballgame.
I mean, he even told
He's inpatient treatment away from everybody, away from his gang-banging friends, away from the people who are providing marijuana for him, completely out of the situation.
Dad, you understand, all the studies, I cannot find any studies that really treat marijuana use, right? It's a choice, it's not an addiction. And so if that's the case, we send him to treatment, whether he succeeds or fails. When he gets out, if he hasn't chosen to quit using THC, he'll just go back to it.
And other drugs.
Yeah, other drugs are different. Other drugs, there's all kinds of peer-reviewed studies that show whether it's heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, like you can treat those. Marijuana is not an addiction; it's a choice.
But I believe he'll go on to the other drugs. I mean, being a principal and seeing these teenagers and not getting the help they need, they always ended up somewhere. I mean, I had three of my students.
Mom, you're preaching to the choir. Like I'm with. Like you're not convincing me of all this. This is stuff I already know and believe.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was my understanding that going to an inpatient treatment, it wasn't just for marijuana usage. It was also counseling and trying to get to the root of the problem and fixing the root of the problem away from the situation that he is currently in when he's at home. In other words, away from the gangbangers, away from the people who are bringing him drugs, and getting counseling to an area where somebody can get to him and find out the root of the problem and fix it.
Yes. All right. So this, I've made my decision on Xander. What I'm going to do is, Ms. Hopkins, this is, I understand an FPP may actually help with the behavioral issues that we're more concerned about. But back in September, he actually tested positive for methamphetamines when he came in here, right? And even though he's not positive right now, it's only weed. I don't know if he's not using other stuff while this is pending. So I want to wait. I want to detain him until I get the results of a hair follicle test, right? The street drugs really gets me nervous about this child, right? And so if he's clean, then I'm open to all kinds of ideas. But if he's dirty for hard drugs, we need to look at a placement. I mean, that's just, either we do this now or he's going to have to try and do this as an adult. Xander, if you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question, but if you want to tell me something, your attorney does not want you to tell me anything, All right, so do you have a question?
I just want to say one thing to my mom.
No, hold on, no. Your mom can call you on the phone. You can tell her that directly, okay? This is not a chat room. All right. Thank you, Xander. All right, so at this point, we are, these proceedings have been open to the public under Article 1, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution, which provides the public meaningful access to court proceedings. However, the Texas Family Code specifically states in 54.08C that when a child is under 14 years old, that the court proceedings should be closed to the public unless the court finds that the interests of the public or the interests of the child are better served by opening these.
And they don't, Judge Kim. So we're just getting the next one, guys. Just bear with me one moment. That was a pretty interesting episode. Judge Kim went a little crazy, like he always does sometimes. If you guys are new here, I see lots of people in the chat. Please go ahead and like the video or dislike it and make sure you're subscribed. We do these fun court watching things very often. These are detention dockets. These are old detention hearings. They're from back in 2021, and they are from Tarrant County, Texas, which is where we are headed back to right now. We have the next hearing in, basically it was like the next day. So let's see how that goes as that filters in. A reminder about this court, you must be on your best behavior. You must be, oh, ceiling fans are not allowed in Judge Kim's court at all. He does not like that. Is that what is he doing with his hands? Also, we vote in the chat if you, whatever you think, if they're going to be detained or not. Let's see, Mr. Okay, whoa. Look at Judge Porter's screen here, but that's actually Frank Adler.
All right, welcome to the detention docket for the 323rd District Court on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are conducting these proceedings remotely via Zoom. But to provide access, meaningful access to the public, as required by the Texas Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No portion of this detention hearing may be copied, recorded, or broadcast. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court, up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. The court does expect everyone to behave appropriately for court. That means please do not have please not be laying down. Please be dressed appropriately. Do not be in a moving vehicle. Please not have bright lights behind your head, as that shadow tends to shadow out a person's face. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with Haider Al-Bakhtari. Are you Haider?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Haider, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Your attorney, Mr. Gladstone, was unable to make it, so Mr. Adler is going to go ahead and cover for him. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Judge.
So Haider, let's see, you're 16 and a half, and actually this all, your history with this department started when you were 12 with the possession of marijuana case. You turned 13, the possession of probably vapor, THC oil in a drug-free zone, maybe school. And 2 months later, you got picked up for robbery. You're on probation for the felony THC case. Let's see. On probation, you got arrested twice for probation violations. Then you get picked up for failed to ID by giving false info while you had a warrant and criminal trespass. You get out. Then at this point, you are 15 years old, where you have another probation violation. Then when you get picked up with more controlled substances. You're arrested, you get a couple more probation violations in August of 19. January of 2021, you're arrested. That's why you're here. So let's see. On January 12th, police were dispatched for a shots fired call. Call says that there were 5 to 6 gunshots fired. Somebody said they were being shot at. Suspects in a red Chevy Malibu. When they got there, no one was outside or walking around. We went to the victim's apartment, met with victims and their mom. They said they're outside, saw a Chevy Malibu, which belonged to T. Stewart. Until there's an altercation, which involved me and a gun being discharged. So. All right. Victim says Stewart was in the back seat, ducking 2 other males in the vehicle. Light-skinned Middle Eastern male named Iraq, or known as Iraq, was driving the vehicle. Second suspect was in the front seat. One of the victims saw Iraq driving the vehicle, steering with his left hand while pointing a pistol at the victims with his other hand. And evidently, he opened fire on the victims. And officers located 2 vehicles damaged by gunfire. Victims identified Hader as Iraq and as the shooter. And there was actually a video posted on Instagram. All this self-snitching. All right, Hader's supposed to be a member of a gang called Bankroll. And on his Instagram profile, all right, so case has been filed and we're set for a hearing on February 22nd.
That's my real court date?
Your pardon?
You said February 21st is what?
Okay, can you speak English?
I said, you said, what you just said? You said February 21st.
I said, you said what you just say?
I'm not doing this. Yes, sir, you can continue. Never mind.
Okay. Do we have a parent here?
No, sir. I did call his father this morning and left a voicemail reminding him of the 10-day. I haven't heard back from him.
Oh, my dad at work. He can't. I told him not to come today because my
Sure. No, you said never mind. If you don't want to talk, don't talk. All right, you're not helping our situation. All right. He's also level. Why is he, Mr. Lewis? Why is he level 1 acceptable?
Let me look at that, sir. Looks like he received some infractions for, let's see, did not groom and negative peer interactions. That was on the 2nd.
Can't imagine there's negative peer interaction. I'm shocked. Okay. All right. Well, Hader, you know, if you're not level on standing, I'm not even considering releasing you. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you. Anthony Allen. All right, Mr. Allen, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Beaver is your attorney. I think I saw Mr. Beaver. Good morning, Mr. Beaver.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Allen, you're almost 17. You're brought in last year for evading arrest, which you got DPP for. And then now, see, police were dispatched a stolen vehicle call on McCart. Spoke to the victim, said he was in the store for 2 minutes and saw his vehicle leaving the parking lot. And so there's footage of a black male dressed in blue hoodie, dark pants, and white shoes, get in the car, open the car, and drive away. So the police got a call that the stolen vehicle had been located. So nearby unit was canvassing the neighborhood, followed to a residential area, vehicle sped up. Driver noticed is being followed by a patrol unit, turned on the lights, accelerated, drove through the intersection, couldn't make the turn and crashed into a mailbox. The two black males exited, began running, and officer caught up with the passenger. So they got, let's see, they found the driver, other officers found the driver nearby, matched the description, and that was Anthony Allen. So he's looking at felony, evading arrest with a motor vehicle. You're scheduled for court on February 17th, and you're positive for weed. All right, well, Mr. Bell, are you here?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so why, you just got to level outstanding yesterday. What
That's
happened?
correct. He was confined to his room on the 27th, apparently making noise in his room overnight. They confined him for the day. He's made it back to level 1 as of yesterday.
So if he's confined on the 27th, how does he make it to level 1 in just, I guess that's 6 days?
It's about 5 days.
Yeah, technically just barely made it in there.
Yes, sir.
What has his other behavior levels been like?
So far, he's been able to behave himself in detention. He's outstandings every day except for that confinement.
Okay.
We have stepfather here as well, Your Honor.
All right. Hi, stepdad.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. All right, well, a couple questions for you. Do you know where he's getting the weed from?
No, sir. It's not the first incident, though.
No, it's not. Okay. So we know what's going on. Mr. Bell, do you know what time of day this happened? This theft?
I do.
That you do? What time of day was it?
It was overnight while I was on my way to in Kansas, about probably like 8:39, 10 at night, between 8 and 10 at night.
Okay. You're a driver?
Pardon me?
You said you were in Kansas.
I was taking his brother back to college when I got the call. What happened?
Man, okay. Not the call that you wanted, was it?
No, sir. And
What are his grades like in school?
Honestly, sir, it's not good. I vouch for Mr. Allen, for Anthony. The first time that we came to this, I met you, or I was here for the first time, and we tried to get Anthony. We've been trying to get Anthony on the right path for a while now, Your Honor. He was on the monitor, and he agreed that he was going to do better, and got him on the basketball team at the school. And I talked to the coaches, and we were supposed to be headed on the right track for about 2 days, Your Honor. And after that, everything just went back south, you know. As you see, Mom is not here. Mr. Bell understand that Mom basically is kind of tired. The passenger was his 14-year-old little brother. So now what we was trying to stop in the house finally happened. He got his little brother involved into that.
Yeah, so if Anthony wants to drag his own life down into the gutter, that's on him, but don't drag somebody else there, would you?
And bring your little brother with you, you know. But we've been trying. Mom did send a text, and she stated if you know, she felt like that his short time is not long enough. We went through this the first time, and he did good for a couple of days and just do what he want to do at home. She stated if he was, could y'all please put him on a monitor for school and home? If not, could y'all please let him stay? So that was just a message to y'all.
So he's been here for 2 weeks. Two and a half weeks. Are you able to talk to him on the phone while he's here?
No, sir. Me and Anthony does not have a great relationship, but I am the one that's always been here from day one.
Wait, you don't have a great relationship, but you're actually here.
Always. You could talk to Mr. Bell about that. Mom is done. Mom won't show up. I'm always been the one that's been digging Anthony out. I've always been the one that be his main support. But I'm always the one that catch the bad end. I'm always the one being, you know, the B's and the H's, and I'm not your daddy. I mean, you're not my daddy. But at the same particular time, I want the best for Anthony. I always want the best for Anthony.
But Dad's not here.
Well, Dad will never be here right now. Dad is incarcerated, sir. He probably haven't seen his dad probably since he's been here, probably since he was a baby. I've been raising Anthony for the last 13 years. We have 13 kids, total, 8 in the house. So honestly, Jan, I feel like we've done a great job. It's just, you know, we've been trying to get him on the right track, but he's at the point right now to where his mind is made up, Yana, to where you can't talk to him no more. I got coaches, teachers, everybody involved, uncles, everybody. You know, we even had our issues to where he had an issue years ago, and I lost my job at Miller Brewing for 10 years. I was put on a year of probation because I put my hands on Anthony, trying to get him in going on the right path because he was way out of there. And the state picked it up a year later, and I got put in trouble. I lost everything I had. I went from $29 an hour to barely making 15 now. All behind that. After 10 years of working there. And I'm still here today trying to support this young man.
Anthony, I think it's probably a good point here. I mean, you're almost a grown man. You're like 2 months from being 17. I think it's probably a good point in your life to figure out what love really is, what sacrifice really is. So, I don't know. Stepdad, I'm kind of want to release him on a sweat patch and electronic monitor to you. Okay. I don't know how you feel about that. Is that going to work out with you and your wife?
Honestly, sir, whatever, you know, you feel is necessary, I shall abide by.
Yeah.
Me personally, no, but you know, that's something that me and Mom talked about. But I do understand, and I will do my best to make sure he stays on the right path, and I'll be the one to get him here on the 17th.
Yeah, y'all know him better than I do.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, there's all kinds of history there that I'm just unaware of.
Yeah. Do we have an agreement to have a curfew, and he can't go nowhere?
Yeah. No, that's what it's going to be. Anthony, he's not going to do just because you dropped down to level 3. So even though they can't tell me anything that's particularly bad, here's the deal. If you just got back to level 1 from level 3, I need to show some consistency from you because it seems like, according to your stepdad, you have moments of greatness and you have moments of just being an idiot. All right. So what I'm going to do is you keep your level 1.0 for 72 hours for 3 days. I'll let you out on electronic monitor and a sweat patch. All right. But it's up to you. If you keep it up and level 1 outstanding, then you'll be out of here. If you can't, then you'll just stay here. All right. I'm gonna put this on you. It's your decisions because when you get out, and you'll get out one day, it's gonna be your decisions on whether you stay inside the criminal justice system or you stay outside. Okay? All right, Dad, we'll try this out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, that we don't need to schedule a hearing, Your Honor, just as long as he's good
No,
for 72 hours.
Mr. Hall can just come to us and or Mr. Bell can just come to us and we'll just sign the order to release him on EM and sweat patch.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Nash Burns.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Lofton.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lofton.
Out of custody. He's out of custody, correct?
That is, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're just waiting on him.
Ooh, out of custodies are the little doozies, guys. This is when kids are out and they have to prove to their parents that they're not bad.
All right, Mr. Burns, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm making the decision whether to take you into custody or leave you in the community. If I take you into custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Lofton, your attorney, is here. Good morning, Mr. Lofton.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody.
All right, so let's see. We set up this out of custody detention hearing for electronic monitor violations. So December 17th, North Hills brought you in for an assault family violence case. Evidently, you got upset with Mom when you were denied the use of her
A car, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. So there's an argument escalated to evidently you hitting your mom in the face. January 4th, you were released by Judge Porter and placed on electronic monitor. And our monitoring company certified you left home on January 13th at 11 o'clock, returned at about 11:35, and again left about 30 minutes later, about midnight, returning at 3:30 in the morning. So we issued a warrant for you and transported to here because evidently you had pink eye. So we took you to the hospital and you were released to your mom from the hospital. So you were supposed to be home on lockdown. On January 20th, you reported, submitted a negative UA, court was passed, and Judge Terry rescinded the DTA. So evidently on the 27th at 11:20, you left the house and came back after about 12:30 in the morning. And we issued another warrant for you. Officer spoke with EM coordinator saying due to your medical condition, they would not be able to bring you here, only to the hospital. So we scheduled a out of custody hearing. So evidently you have diabetes and you're not controlling your diabetes and you're not enrolled in school. So mom, is he not taking his insulin?
He is, but he sneaks a lot of food. We've had it pretty under control lately.
Okay, so where's he going these hours of the night? Mom, that's not a question for you. That's really a question for Mr. Dotson.
He says, Your Honor, he has friends that he goes see. We waits his mom go to sleep at night before he goes sees them.
So can we confirm he's at her friend's place?
I can only confirm the certification that he left home. I didn't confirm that. I couldn't confirm where actually he went.
Okay,
But he said it was, yes, he said it was a friend's house.
So that's what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know which friend?
No.
Yeah.
Mom, do you know which friend's house he goes to?
Judge, I don't mind
Mom,
if the court, I don't have any objection if the court wants to ask him about his friends, where he's at, because it's obvious we're falling on the sword right now. So.
Okay. Yeah. Where are you going?
To my friend's Mezin's house.
Whose house?
Mezin.
Nathan. Mom, who's Nathan?
No, Mezin.
Mason?
Mezzin.
Mezzin. All right, Mom, do you know who Mezzin is?
Yes.
Okay, is it somebody you approve of?
Yes.
How old is Mezzin?
I'm not sure.
He's 2 years older than me.
So do his parents know that you're there at midnight?
Yes, sir.
And Mom, they don't call you?
I wasn't aware of it, no. I was asleep.
Have you met his parents?
No.
Have you met him?
Yes.
How far away is his house, Mom?
Maybe a couple blocks.
So why is he not enrolled in school? Mom, no, Mom, that's not his question. That's your question.
Because I thought he was on lockdown. He couldn't go to school.
Why did you think that?
I'm new to all this. I don't know. I will get him enrolled this week.
So you thought that the court told you not to enroll him in school?
No. I just thought he couldn't be enrolled in school because he couldn't leave.
But Mr. Dotson, how long was he on lockdown for?
Your Honor, we discussed on the 4th. I explained to Mom that the only thing that he could leave for was school. The initial lockdown, it started when he first got on the monitor, and when he violated it, and I told her that he definitely can't go anywhere other than, other than school again, because he just violated his monitor. It was never told to her that he couldn't go to school. She knew, and he even said to her this morning, he tried to tell her that he can go to school, even while on monitor.
And I misunderstood totally.
You know, Nash, the problem is you violated the EM. We brought you in. Judge Terry was kind enough to give you a chance to get out again. And a week later, you're just basically saying, I don't care what Judge Terry thinks. I'm just going to do what I want to do. I mean, I know you want to say something. There's just nothing, there's nothing you can say that changes that. I mean, when a court gives you an order, you have to follow the order. Nash, you are actually just creating an incredible waste of this court's time right now. Like you sneaking out after your mom is asleep to go to a friend's house and end up here for this. But you're creating a situation that I just can't ignore it. Not when you ignore the order from a judge that works for me. Because when she works for me, she is speaking on my behalf. I don't even know. All right, Nash, at this point, you're making decisions that you know there's consequences. Obviously, you didn't learn from the last time. We brought you in for violating your EM, and Judge Terry gave you a chance. And you decided that you ignored her chance or took it for granted. So I'm going to go and detain you. Part of this is also, well, why are you rolling your eyes? What did you expect to happen? You were brought in here once already for violating your EM. If you think things are going to get better if you keep on breaking the same rules, then you just don't understand how life works. So Mom, I'm going to let you know, I'm not going to let him out until he's enrolled in school. So you need to enroll him in school. Otherwise, because that is part of the problem here is the fact that he's not enrolled in school. So I'm going to enroll him in our Fort Worth campus here at Kimbo. So he's going to start school. And then once we find out that he is actually enrolled in the school that he's supposed to be in, and he's level 1 outstanding, so he understands that there are rules and he has to follow the rules, then I will let him go on electronic monitor again. This is all pending on him passing a drug test today. If he fails the drug test today, all bets are off. But if he passes the test today, he gets a level 1 outstanding, I'll release him on electronic monitor. All right? So I have a question. Nash, are you gonna pass the drug test today?
I didn't smoke, but it came back it came back positive. I didn't smoke.
Oh, so we did give him a drug test.
Yes,
What was it positive for?
THC, but I didn't smoke at all, I promise.
Don't lie to me.
I'm being for real.
No, you're not.
Yes,
Hey, you know how you test positive on a drug test? You're positive for weed if you smoke weed.
I didn't smoke. You can ask her. I quit.
Mom?
Yes.
Hopefully he doesn't sit before you and straight to your face tell you a lie and start crying to make you believe him. All right? He is outright just lying to me right now. So just so you know, you can look at him and these are signs, some of his tells on when he's lying to you. Okay? The test is the test. I mean, it's just science. You can't beat it. So, this is what he looks like when he's lying. Okay. This is what he does when he's looking for sympathy. So, all right. Well, since he's actually using now, that changes things, Nash. And I'm going to go ahead and detain you. We're going to roll you in school here. And I'll figure out what to do going forward. All right, Mom, did you bring his insulin?
I'm gonna have to go back home and he has enough for today.
Okay, good. We do have a nurse here who will administer and keep on track with his blood sugar. And certainly while he's here, he can't sneak in food, obviously. Okay? Mom, thank you. I understand you're trying to do your best, but he's at the age and size now where if he's going to make bad decisions, there's only so much you can do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mom.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Law. I'm sorry I was ready, but it just decisions have consequences.
I understand, Your Honor. I appreciate y'all listening to us and appreciate Frank Adler. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Gerard Coleman. Frank, if we could only get a little heart emoji for Mr. Lofton to send you through Zoom.
I was just telling Judge Porter and Bernie, he's always got jokes. No matter what's going on.
Mr. Coleman, hello, good morning. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Adeniji, who I don't think is here today. Mr. Adler is going to substitute for him. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, Mr. Coleman, you were brought in January 16th at 3 a.m. There was a shooting call at Bottoms Up. Witness said black male wearing yellow shirt got into a fight at the club and started shooting into the crowd, hitting 2 victims. Witness said you got into a Ford Fusion with 3 other people. Police suddenly came up, detained the vehicle, and you were the only one wearing a yellow shirt. And so you're 15 years old. This goes back when you were 11 with a burglary of a habitation and a criminal trespass. I guess you get out and 5 days later you get arrested for identity theft on stolen credit cards, which you got probation for. You are, and burglary of a vehicle. No, I'm sorry, you get out on those offenses. You get arrested 5 days later for burglary of a vehicle. You're still 11, by the way. And the next day, I guess you get out and get arrested for a terroristic threat on 2 counts. Evidently, you get out again, and the next day you get arrested for another terroristic threat. And then at this point, you are now 12 years old. You get arrested for theft of property, another stolen credit card case. 5 days later, I guess you get out, you get arrested for burglary of a habitation the next day, which you got probation for.
Sir,
Oh, hold on, I'm not even done yet. Mr. Kroll, did this court, this is before my time, did we really let out kids that quickly over and over again?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what was going on with him back then. I know he was in and out quite a bit. I know he ended up getting placed and completing placement successful.
When was that?
Placement would have been, I'd have to go back and look, I'd guess about 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay. All right, so let's go back to burglary of habitation, and then 2 months later, or 6 weeks later, you're arrested for another theft case. You're still 12 years old at this time. And then you get out, and 5 days later, a felony theft from person. You get out 3 days later, arrested for another theft case. And then, I don't know, this may have been placement because it was 9 months before you get arrested for anything else for violating your probation. And now, let's see, you were 12 years old. In August of 18, you get arrested for burglary of a vehicle. You get out a month later, arrested for another burglary of a vehicle. You get out 3 months later, you're still 12. You're arrested for possession of controlled substance. which you get probation with placement for. So I guess you go to placement, you finally get out. Now, last year in February, you got arrested for unauthorized stealing a vehicle. At this point, you are 14 years old. Now at 15, you're looking at a shooting. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Back in May of last year, you're still 14, another failed to ID. Just turned 15 in December, and you have been arrested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 cases. So, did you have a question for me, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, sir. Those cases.
Hold on. Doesn't start. That's not how a question starts. A question starts with who, what, when, where, how, why.
Yeah. Well, how are those paper? I mean, how the thing that you're reading? How is it like? How is it saying that I got arrested so fast? Like those didn't happen so fast. I didn't get arrested no day after. It was a week.
Those are the offense dates.
Stop talking, please, sir.
Yeah.
You're not helping your case. Just don't say nothing. Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
I feel like if I was releasing the community, you're just gonna go ahead and commit more theft or shoot somebody else. So I think you're a danger to yourself, to the community. I'm also pretty sure you won't show up to court. I think of a case like this. So I'm gonna go and detain you. Mr. Adder, Mr. Adder, it's not, well, we'll tell Mr. Adder needs you, but this one I think we kind of need to move a little faster and slower.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, the DA has already filed the petition in the first 2 weeks. He is set for a actual hearing on the 4th. I do not see it going that fast. I don't believe Mr. Adeniji has got what he needs on anything yet. But I know the DA is moving on it.
Yeah, and I'm talking more like I'd like to wrap this up within a couple months rather than 6 months.
Yeah, I think they're moving it forward.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, I'm detaining you. Thank you. Jacob Jimenez. Who's the supervisor right now?
Ms. Blair's supposedly on this case, Your Honor.
And I'm looking for the JPD supervisor.
Good morning. This is Ms. Curl.
Hello, Ms. Curl.
So Jim Davison is the one who is recording all of our outcomes.
Okay.
If you need
All right.
something, please let me know.
Oh, no, that's all right. Mr. Davison, can you just make an entry? Just to remind Mr. Reyes back there that the detention staff is not to turn on mute until the child is done. I mean, I feel like they may be trying to save the child, but if the child wants to make some kind of statement, that's his right to do so. But they shouldn't be muting it before the child is gone.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I thought you were finished with him. I apologize.
Oh, that's all right. So, all right, Mr. Jimenez. Judge Kim, this is a 10-day hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. See, you're 16 years old. You hadn't been here before until now. So, brought you in by Arlington PD. They're saying there's a traffic stop. They smelled weed, had everyone get out, saw you with several baggies of weed in your front pocket, and in front of where you were sitting, they found 15 Prazolam pills. Stormy, you need to turn off your microphone, and you need to turn on your camera. Stormy, please turn off your microphone and turn on your camera. Stormy, this is the third time. All right, so found Prazolam pills and a vial marked THC. Also unopened small baggies marked for sale on a digital scale. They asked if you had anything else in your person. You said no. You were detained and brought here. When they searched you, they found more THC oil in your jacket. You're positive for weed. You have a parent here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So are you dad?
Yes, sir.
You know your son was a drug dealer?
No, I did not.
All right. So what's going to change if I release him to you?
Hopefully everything. Hopefully everything. He says he is. I mean, I'm willing to be there. He says he's learned his lesson. This is his first offense, which ain't no excuse. He's really a good kid. Like I told Ms. Blair, I've had custody of him for 14 years by myself.
Right.
His mother don't want nothing to do with them. I don't know what made him take this route. I basically think it's just his friends, because he's really a good kid. Like I said, it's his first offense, which ain't no excuse. And I try my hardest, but it's like I tell him, I mean, I can't sit at home because I got bills to pay to watch you.
And I'm going to interrupt you. So at this point, are you open to the idea that the level of trust you had for your son probably was overemphasized, right? Like what you trusted your son to do, it looks like he took advantage of your trust level. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean,
before you answer, let me interrupt this. Did you think that he would be around 15 Xanax pills?
No, I didn't. That's why.
Do you think he would have a THC vial in his jacket pocket?
No, that's why I believe.
Do you think he was around marijuana baggies ready for sale with a scale?
No, I don't. That's why.
You trust him not to be around other THC vials in a car with other kids?
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying, right? It's like you trusted him to use good judgment. It seemed like he wasn't using the level of judgment that you trusted him to do. That's all I'm saying, right?
Right. But he's never like been out of this category, which is why I keep saying I believe.
I get it. And you and I, when we were teenagers, our parents sometimes trusted us too much, and we broke their trust too, right?
Right.
And that's what happens. But all I'm trying to do is just present to you that maybe you need to reassess like the level of trust that you have for your son, and let him reprove this to you to reestablish that he's earned your trust back. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay. I don't think I asked him for anything unusual or unreasonable. I think every teenage boy has gone through this, right? That's part of what teenage boys do, is we kind of push the edges a little bit until we get caught, and then our parents readjust and we have to earn it back. And that's part of becoming a man.
Right. And like I told him, if the Lord and the judge let you come home, we're gonna start like a new relationship,
he has to earn it back, right? That's just part of being an adult and part of being a man, is that if you screw up and you've hurt people or you violate their trust, you've got to earn it back, right? So Dad, I'm gonna go ahead and release him to you on electronic monitor and a sweat patch. Okay, I'm trusting you to let us know if he's giving you attitude or if he's lying to you or having problems.
Oh, I will.
Bring him back here.
I will. That's the first thing I told him. If I have any problem with you, I will call him personally.
Good. All right. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you.
Tell you what, Mr. Jimenez, you understand this is, you've been level 1 for a while, so I respect that. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have a change of heart. I need you to go home and be a level 1-0 with your dad, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you.
All right. Xavier Lemons.
There.
Mr. Lemons. Great. Mr. Lemons, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing.
Hello.
Hello. Law says when a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Quinones is your attorney. Tom, I haven't seen you in a while. You doing well?
I'm doing well, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you. All right. So, see, Xavier, you were here as a runaway back in December. Let's see, I guess yesterday Fort Worth PD brought you in. They're saying that at 4:50, they were approached by a store clerk from Mike's food store. He said there was a person inside the store that he wanted to give a criminal trespass warning to. So they made contact with a black male juvenile that identified himself as Jalen Rice. He admitted causing problems, stepped outside. They looked up the name, came back to a different date of birth, and they took off running into the Buttercup Apartments. There's a chase. They told you to stop. You were found under a car. They had to draw a taser to get you out. Refused to obey commands, lay on the ground, and had you taken to the ground. Then you gave your true name and date of birth. And you're a runaway member of the Bone Crushing Gorillas gang. The Guardian called, said she was out of town. No one can pick him up. ACH said there's no male beds available.
And Your Honor, I did contact with the Guardian's daughter is Miss Erica Lemon. She's on the Zoom to speak on behalf of mom. Her mom is out of town, so she'll be back on Thursday.
Okay. So you were home for run away from home for almost 2 weeks, not been at school, history of running away. Didn't Jalen Rice just get sentenced to like 12 years or something?
I thought they made that.
No. That would have been something, Mr. Lemons, if there was a warrant for Mr. Rice and you sent off to TJJD for 12 years. Okay, well, you're running away. I just don't think you're going to show up for court. What's the status with ACH? Honestly, something like this, Mr. Quinones, we're really talking about status offenses. And so I'm really hesitant to keep him here. Mr. Dodson, ACH is saying there's no beds available.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that's really not an acceptable answer. Let's go ahead and start a CPS case. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think that if with his guardian, Miss Lemons, Erica Lemons.
Yes.
I see you have the same last name. What's y'all's relationship to each other?
He's my cousin.
He's your cousin. Okay.
Yeah,
Where's his mom and dad?
His biological parents are out in the
Gone.
streets. Like, yeah, my mom adopted him when he was 6.
Okay, so there was a formal adoption?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Dodson, let's go ahead and if you can tell CPS, it's just gonna be an emergency placement, all right? Because mom is out of town and there's nothing for the kid. I just don't wanna hold him here. At 14 years old, I don't think it's appropriate given the level of offense. Okay, so let them know that they need to come pick up this child. Miss Erica,
yes.
I don't think, here's my concern, is it's not your responsibility for Xavier, all right? And so you may want Xavier home with you, but given his history of running away and his gang affiliation, I'm very worried about releasing him to you because I think it may get you in trouble by releasing him to you. So I'm kind of protecting you from him. Okay, so that's kind of where you can tell your mom if she wants to pick him up and she has the legal right, that's up to her. But at this point, I want to place him somewhere within CPS, at least so he's safe.
Okay. I'll let her know. I had called this morning and left her a voicemail. Okay. She hadn't called back yet, but I'll call her and let her know. Because ultimately we do want him to be safe because he will continue to run away. Like it's a proven fact and a pattern. Sure. When he's home, he goes to school. He does well in school when he's home. But when he does decide to come home, he's probably home for 2 days, 3 days max, and then he leaves again.
He needs to get off the streets. And he's also, tell your mom he's also positive for weed. So
okay. Yeah, we figured that.
Xavier, I'm just letting you know now, this is going to be a long and painful road. If you don't actually get your act together and do what you're supposed to do, you and I will deal with each other over and over again. And at that point, at a certain point, I'm going to give up on you. But not yet. So here's the thing. If you want a judge that doesn't get as involved and isn't so focused, man, have your mom move to a different county. All right. But as long as you're in Tarrant County and you and I are dealing with each other, and you're going to be miserable. I'm letting you know up front. It's not going to be fun for you. Okay. Talk to all, I mean, everyone in your clique, they all know. I've had so many Bone Crush BCGs in here, right? They all know me. He's now a different group. Did somebody, Miss Erica, were you trying to say something?
Oh, yes, I was just trying to see, just going forward, because like I said, he's gonna continue to run away. So I was trying to see if there was any recommendation for like a monitor or something, because we just want him to be at home safe and only having access to go to school and home, that's it.
Right, and that's what I would like to, but right now I'm releasing him to CPS and I'm not gonna put a monitor on him to release him to CPS. Now, once your mom picks him up, if he wants to come over, call Mr. Dotson. And Mr. Dotson, I'm okay fitting him with a monitor.
Sure. Okay.
If adopted mom thinks it's appropriate to have a monitor, she can just call Mr. Dotson, make sure he's here, and we'll come over and we'll put a monitor on him. And a sweat
Okay.
patch, okay?
Okay,
I can't
thank
put
you.
those on if I'm releasing to CPS.
Right, okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ethan Nordyke. Will they actually show up? So then you'll have to stamp it. Mr. Nordyke, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adler is your attorney. This is the one where, let's see, call, oh yeah, people came up, robbed him with a gun, I think recognized from school, right? Yeah. Set up a fake drug deal for a robbery. Ethan's fingerprints was on the phone of somebody, a victim for a robbery, an aggravated robbery with a gun. And this all happened while, Emily, you're on probation for a robbery. Well, Ethan, I'm glad you're level one outstanding. Ms. Hall, why is he only level one outstanding as of the 28th? How far did he drop?
He just dropped to 1 acceptable. He lost a few points for not following instructions, but he's essentially been on level 1 since the middle of December.
Nothing major. All right, Ethan, well, your attorney appreciates your behavior level. That's something that's going to help him. We just had a case today that had a deal worked out that I rejected because the kid was level 3 confined. So you can actually ruin things for yourself based on your behavior level, all right? But I'm going to go ahead and detain you. You know how I feel about kids with guns, especially as many instances it seems to be going on in your case, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nordyke. Finally, we have Jekiah Smith. All right, Mr. Smith, this is a 10-day hearing. Deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. Your attorney, Mr. Adniji, is not here. Mr. Adler is stepping in his place. Mr. Adler, good morning.
Hello, Judge.
So, Mr. Smith, this is the one with first police dispatch for a suspicious persons call at the park. You were one of the people there, ran away. So that's where there's an evading case where you give a fake name. And my mom was saying that you were running away. You had clothes and a backpack. You tried to drop off your sister. She said no. And then you have another case from July where they were dispatched for multiple gunshots. Car next to a dumpster. Found a .40 caliber pistol in the car. And you admitted to possessing the firearm. So, Mr. Victorson, oh, and you were positive for weed when you came in. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so the Bedford case got filed after he was brought in on the Hurst case, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I could probably cut through some of it. We had an adjudication disposition hearing on Friday last week. He was ordered on to probation until his 17th birthday and ordered into placement, but the placement's in Arizona and we're waiting for Interstate Compact to approve him.
He's currently what level?
Level 2, I believe, Your Honor. He hasn't
Oh.
been on level 1 since January 11th.
Why is he level 2? What do you do?
Well, he's been pretty aggressive in the detention center. He's gotten into some fights. There was some notes about being aggressive with staff, not following instructions, being disruptive in the program. No real significant pattern, just not doing what we want him to do back there.
Okay. Well, I hope you make better use of your time while you're here. You know, I still have the option of rejecting that placement and changing it. All right. Canyon States is a great program, but if you want to undo that and make your situation worse, just keep on doing what you're doing. But in the meantime, I can't release you partly because of the COVID quarantines. If I was to release you, you came back in, you have to sit in here for 2 weeks before you could go. Guys, please behave, make some changes so you don't have to deal with me in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and have you detained. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. That will conclude the detention docket for February 2nd. Everyone have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, Mr. Adler?
Yes, sir.
You can swing by the courtroom when you have a chance.
Yeah, I'm finishing up a disposition with Judge Porter, and then I'm headed your way.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021. Comply with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33 related to the coronavirus. We are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, we are on Zoom as an alternative to comply with the Open Courts Act provision of the Texas Constitution. We are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public has meaningful access to what occurs in a public courtroom while it is closed during the pandemic. Would like to let everyone know that this is still a court proceeding. People are expected to behave appropriately for court. That means please be dressed appropriately and behave appropriately. Do not be laying down, do not be consuming alcohol, do not use the restroom or take showers or things that I don't understand why I have to remind people. Please also do not have a moving background or like being in a vehicle or walking around or on the jogging trail. And if you are not an officer of the court, you are expected to have your camera on. So if you're an officer of the court, you know who you are. All right. Lauren Simeon, the name's is she with CPS? Do we have CPS coming on one of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor. It's for Jeremiah.
Okay. What about Anna Cortez? No, that must be a parent. Okay, well, if you're late to court, you're late to court. All right, so let's see, let's go ahead and start. I believe the Tarrant County Jail is having elevator issues, so we're going to defer on Mr. McDaniel until he gets here. Jeremiah Colon.
Your Honor, this is the one that CPS is involved in.
Well, Ms. Simeon, just so you know, next, I almost didn't let you in. If they didn't know your name, I wouldn't have, because if you can put like CPS or DFPS or OCK by your name in Zoom, that way I'll just let you enter. Otherwise, you're just relying on the good graces of others to remember you. All right, Mr. Colon. Jeremiah Colon. For the third time, Jeremiah Colon. Okay, well, Ms. Rojas, can you call to attention, let them know they're late to court?
Oh, it looks like somebody just popped on the screen.
Sit down, sit down.
Is that Jeremiah?
Yes.
Okay, why are we late?
Ms. Kim, we just finished a UA on him. He is clean on everything.
When did you come in?
Yesterday.
All right, so why are we just giving you a UA this morning?
I just got the notification a little while ago.
No, I'm asking Ms. Rojas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm not sure.
Well, we need to figure this out. He's supposed to get the UA upon entry. And then I'm not understanding why we're administering the UA at 10:30 in the morning when detention hearings are supposed to start the day after he gets here. Okay. Jeremiah, it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Jeremiah, given this case, I'm going to be a little discreet on this one. You're 15 years old. You're currently, you have pending cases for serious offenses. March of last year, you were referred for a case. There's investigation. The police found you around the corner and they arrested you and brought over here. March 27th, 2 weeks later, we released you on electronic monitor. And then in July, CPS removed you from your father's home. Father said you continue to misbehave. And then yesterday, Ms. Simeon called us, say you ran away from placement in Camp Worth. And you called the RTC from Wichita Falls and provided an address, and they could not find you. So we issued a warrant for you on January 29th. Ms. Rojas, how was he brought in?
Fort Worth PD picked him up. It's my understanding that he was with a companion and they were at the Winco store. I believe there was some shoplifting taking place. He wasn't referred in for the shoplifting. He just got referred in for the DTA. So he got picked up at the Winco.
Okay. All right, Jeremiah, we released you, but the condition of the release was for you to be where you're supposed to be. If you're running away, going to different counties, then I'm concerned. If I let you go, you're going to run away again and not appear for court. These are real serious offenses. All right, Jeremiah, I see your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering. And your attorney, Ms. Keenan, I think she's okay with you asking me a question. But if you want to tell me something, I'm pretty sure she does not want you to tell me anything. All right. So, Jeremiah, do you have a question for me or do you want to tell me something?
I want to tell you something.
Okay. Your attorney does not want you. See, Ms. Keenan, am I right? You don't want him to tell me anything?
That is correct, Your Honor. Yeah,
Jeremiah,
I will be hollering at you back when we get back into or after this hearing.
okay. Yeah, Jeremiah, the reason why this is not a trial, this is not about whether you did something or not. I'm just looking at, if I release you, I need to decide whether to release you or not, if you're a danger to yourself, to others, or if you're not likely to appear for court. If you've run away, I think you're likely to not appear for court. Okay, that's all this is about right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and detain you, but your attorney will call you. All right. I don't want you to put yourself in a spot. All right. I don't want you to say anything. A DA is listening and taking notes to everything that you say. So I'm just trying to help you out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Jackie the master. And we have Tilda McDaniel in the Tarrant County Jail. Oh, here it is. On top of it.
He's on your way, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Just bring him in wherever you can. We'll go to the next one while we're waiting.
Okay. Thank you.
Jacka Livingston. Mr. Livingston?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have the right to remain silent. I'm sorry. You have the right to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Hemrick is your attorney. All right, Jacka, this is the case. Yesterday we were here. We were going to do a plea, but I rejected the plea. I didn't think probation was appropriate in your case. This is the one with a home invasion where somebody got shot. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Livingston?
Yes, Your Honor, she's here.
Which one's the parent?
Lakeisha.
Oh, Lakeisha. Hello, Lakeisha. All right. So it's a home invasion robbery. Somebody got shot when they didn't give enough money. And so I guess there were 3 of you, one of them including a child that's currently on probation out of here. But Mr. Livingston, I feel like you'd be a danger to yourself and the community if I was to release you. I'm going to go ahead and detain you while your attorney tries to work out another deal that the court will approve. If she cannot work out a deal that I find acceptable for the community, then there'll just be a trial for the jury to decide what would be appropriate for you, or for me to decide on my own without your agreement. You understand?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Livingston.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
I just got noticed like a few minutes ago that his case has been reset for the 16th at 9:30.
Okay, great. Did you hear that, Jeremiah? Jaka? Did you hear that, Jaka?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hamrick. Aaron Ortiz, I'm sorry, Kelvin McDaniel. I believe, no, he's still not here yet. All right, Aaron Ortiz. All right, Mr. Ortiz, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When the law says, well, actually, so I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I release you, or I'm sorry, if I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Beaver is your attorney. All right, Mr. Beaver, you requested this detention hearing. For what purpose?
Your
Beaver in the
Honor,
house.
I believe that at the last hearing we had that he was detained only because we were waiting for an evaluation. The evaluation was completed on Monday afternoon. And when I spoke with Mr. Martinez Ortiz yesterday, he was still at one outstanding. He had been at one outstanding, I believe, since the first time he was able to get to that level. And so that's why I requested the hearing today.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Nava, why is he only level 1 acceptable?
Says he received an infraction for using profanity and being out of uniform yesterday.
Out of uniform. Do you have more details about out of uniform?
I can only imagine if it's related to maybe mask or he wasn't wearing an appropriate shirt. But I can call detention just to get more clarification on that.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was just trying to avoid any situation. He'd been in here all this time. So to, I guess, relieve the burden to the county as well as Mr. Martinez, that's why I requested the hearing.
All right. No, I understand. When you're 17, you're supposed to be setting an example. You understand that at 17, if you're not level 1 outstanding, I'll consider transferring you to the downtown jail, right?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Yes.
One of the detention staff members just sent me a text about it. He said his shirt wasn't tucked in and he was sagging his pants.
Oh, sagging his pants.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nava, does he have gang affiliation?
I don't believe so.
And Your Honor, we were close to a disposition on his case. In the hearing, it came up that there may have been concerns about his fitness to proceed.
I see that.
I've been in contact with the doctor and she has made her opinion. And so we're scheduled for, I guess, another disposition, I believe on the 17th.
So she found him fit to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. One thing that she did mention was that he does seem to respond better in Spanish as opposed to English. And I guess there was the limited comprehension of more complicated language or vocabulary. And keeping in mind the judge's policy, the court's policy, I was trying to avoid a situation where he would be sent over to the adult facility. And so that was another reason why I scheduled this when I thought it was appropriate.
Well, Mr. Beaver, sometimes save the children from themselves. Again, Aaron, right now I'm trying to decide whether I keep you here and give you a chance to get to level 1 outstanding and release you, or if I just send you downtown where they don't even have behavior levels and you just stay there until your case is done. Mr. Nava, do you know where the restitution is coming from?
I believe on 2 of the offenses.
Oh, stole money out of the closet.
Yes, sir.
Aaron, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go ahead. I mean, I'm not going to deal with the shenanigans because I know if it's like non-uniform compliance, sagging your pants, so on, they told you over and over again, pull your pants up. It's not like it happened once and they decided that they're going to write you up for that. So I'm going to go ahead and transfer you downtown. I'm also going to let you know that there's $615 in restitution on this case. Mom, I'm actually okay. You get the restitution to our juvenile probation department, so it's sitting there. Now, all of it may not go to the victim, but just so it's there available if it needs to be, I'm going to release him to downtown jail. I mean, he's 17 now. There's only so much I can do. But if you want to get the money to the restitution so it's available for the disposition of the case, I'll let him out of the Tarrant County Jail. Okay? Mom, does Mom understand English, or do you have to?
She understands Spanish, Your Honor. I can translate that to her afterwards, or if you want me to do it right now.
Yep. So, Aaron, this is your own fault. I mean, I don't even know why. You understand when you're 17, you're here because we have a deal that you'll behave, and I'll let you stay here at Kimbo. But if you're going to cause problems and set a bad example for the other kids here, then I'm just going to send you downtown. All right? And you knew that. You knew that coming up when they warned you. They gave you plenty of chances. Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Aiden.
Señor Ortiz, me espera allá afuera.
Gracias.
Yeah, well, if he deposits restitution here, so it's being held, then yeah, I'll release him downtown. Aiden Moore, are you Aiden?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought into our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Ms. Hopkins as your attorney for today. I don't think she can make it. Ms. Jacobson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs is going to fill in for your attorney today. All right, so Aiden, let's see, you're 15 years old. You're on, okay, you were on probation for assault of a public servant, which you successfully completed. Before that, you had probation for assault causing bodily injury, which you successfully completed. And then now, Altum City brought you in. The school resource officer was asked to come to the main office since you were agitated. Your mom was there and the school administrator. You were cussing at everyone. Mom told you to stop cussing. You grabbed your mother's arm, leaving red marks and causing her pain. Officer told you you're going to be arrested, and you said, F you, don't effing touch me. Another officer came, then you tried to leave the room. When they stopped you, began to resist, fell to the ground. You were kicking, swinging his arms, scratched one of the officers in the arm, causing a 6-inch scratch that was bleeding. that they had to tase you, and they were brought over here. All right, so Mom, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me what's going on. There's a bigger issue here with Aiden, isn't there?
Yes, sir. This has been going on a long time. The physical aggression. Haltom City is called frequently for him running away.
I'm not asking so much history. Like, what's the underlying issue? Does he have mental health issues?
Yes, yes, sir.
What was he diagnosed with?
Obsessive defiant disorder, reactive attachment disorder, bipolar 1, ADHD.
Is he on medication?
Yes, sir. And he does take it. We get him therapy. He sees the psych doctor. He is very capable and knowledgeable of coping skills. He just refuses to use them.
Right. So, I mean, he's controlling the narrative. Like, it's his world. We just live in it, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he on his medication yesterday?
Yes, sir.
I understand. When's the last time you saw a doctor?
A few weeks ago. He sees her monthly.
Oh, okay. Was the prescription adjusted?
No, sir. The medication works fine. It's just defiance, blatant defiance.
Mom, I have a question because you obviously know your son better than anybody else. Are you dad or stepdad?
Stepdad.
Stepdad, all right. So, Mom, you know your son, and stepdad, you know him better than I do. So, he's been on probation for assaultive offenses, and he successfully completed probation. So, why is it that he seems to behave as long as he's on probation? As soon as he's off, he picks up a new case. That's what the history looks like?
Well, I mean, he's come at me before, thrown furniture, grabbed a knife. I mean, he seems to be skating by using his mental health issues as a reason. He was told Sunday by a Haltom City police officer, if he puts his hands on me, he's going. I'm tired of this.
Right. No, I understand. Well, it's your son, and
we're all trying to help him. He's not trying to help himself.
No, I get it. All right. So, Aiden, obviously, your experiences of probation, you haven't learned anything from them, and you aren't improving yourself, and you're not rehabilitated. And so I'm just going to let you know things probably don't look very good for you because we've given you chances on probation, and whatever we can do here in the community is not working. So you may need something more intensive. I don't know if it's going to be a placement or if it's going to be TJJD, but you have to understand that we're trying, but if you're not going to make changes in your process, then you're giving us very few options. So at this point, I'm going to detain you, all right, because I feel like you're a danger to yourself and to others. And also, Stephanie, let's go ahead and set this one fairly quick. I mean, I think we can just do an adjudication disposition pretty quickly. Make sure Ms. Hopkins knows that we're going to fast track this one, right? But at this point, hopefully we can make positive changes in Aiden's life.
Can we get him a drug test, Judge?
Oh, if you would like.
Already did.
I gave him one yesterday morning, and he just a urine test, and he tested positive for marijuana. But
okay.
It was just at home, so I'd like to see, what a
Mom?
level one.
Mommy already did.
Mom, thank you for letting us know. So, Ms. Guerrero, let's go ahead and give him a hair follicle test, and we'll go back 6 months.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll know what's going on. Okay. But we did, Mom, just so you know, we gave him a drug test. Should have been yesterday when he came in, and he tested clean. So his use was probably just, he was right at the tail end of it when you gave him the test, and it's metabolized out of his system.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. But we'll find out about the hair follicle test, and we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero. Ladarian Bailey. Oh, no, we have an inmate here from jail, right? Let's go and do the inmate first. All right, Mr. McDaniel, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're in custody. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Green, I believe, is present. Good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So, Mr. McDaniel, you're 17, almost 18. You're downtown, so I guess you've had problems here at Kimbo. Let's see, back in November, North Hills police found a car leaving an automotive shop after hours. Followed, let's see, vehicle did not yield, made a U-turn, fled the police while the lights and sirens were on, went over 100 miles an hour. Vehicle tried to turn, missed the turn, hit the culvert, and few people got out. All ran into the Honda dealership. So all suspects were located, placed in custody. One was Kelvin McDaniel, who I guess was on probation for a serious offense. Okay, there was also a gun in the car. Very good. All right. Oh, so this all happened immediately after you got probation and we didn't even get to intake. Mr. Jones, are you here?
Yes, sir.
All right, did we give him a drug test when he re-entered here on the DTA?
He never came to JPD, Your Honor.
Oh, he went straight to downtown. Okay.
Yes.
All right. What is this? Do we know what the status of his adult case is?
Your Honor, we had a determinant sentence hearing on him earlier this morning.
Right.
This is the case we discussed with you. We have probably a plea bargain worked out with the DAs downtown, which we could do here in juvenile.
This is the one. Now you jog my memory. Thank you, Mr. Green. All right. Do we have a parent here for Mr. McDaniel?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Well, Mr. McDaniel, considering how quickly you were picked up for a new offense after you got probation, I'm deeply concerned about the safety of the community. I'm just going to go ahead and detain you. Hopefully your case works out pretty soon. All right. Thank you. All right. At this point, I'm going to turn the docket over to Judge Porter, and I will resume for the child that is under 14. Thank you, Judge Porter.
Thank you, Judge Kim. All right, Mr. Akpan. You Mr. Akpan?
Yes, Judge.
Good morning. Hey, how are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good to see you again.
Mr. Akpan, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Ms. Uzuihe, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention. You're level 3 confined in the back. Okay, so what does your level need to be before I can even begin the conversation with you of considering your release? All right, it's not there, so I'm going to order that you be detained. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Uzuihe.
I be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Good to see you.
Thank you, Judge.
William Beasley. Are you Mr. Beasley?
Sir.
All right, Mr. Beasley, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. I will note that you have been level 1-0 since this morning. However, you're already on probation, and the gravity of the underlying offense which brought you into detention this most recent time, give me pause. I think that if I were to release you at this point, because you've only been level 1-0 for half a day, that you'd be a danger to the community if I were to release you today. So on that basis, I'm going to order that you continue to be detained. Continue to maintain level 1-0 for a longer period, and it might give me reason to rethink that decision. All right? Thank you, Mr. Beasley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Alexis Clark.
I'm here.
Hey, Alexis, how you doing today?
I'm good. I'm leaving tomorrow.
All right. That's what I was going to ask. Just the formalities. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention, you have to be detained. If you're detained, you have to see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Berger, is here. I'm the one who approved the agreed placement at Mingus Mountain. You're headed there tomorrow. You ready to go?
Yeah, they're supposed to be coming to get me during the afternoon.
All right.
I'm on a whole plane tomorrow, sir. Not a half a plane, a whole plane.
Wow. Have you been talking to is it mom and grandmother?
It's just my grandma right now.
Okay. Those conversations going okay?
Yeah,
Well, go to Mingus Mountain. Make us all proud, okay?
I will.
All right. I'm going to order that you be detained, but you understand this formality. Have a great experience out there. We're all wishing the really best for you, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexis.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. All right, Michael Anthony Cortez. All right, are you Mr. Cortez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cortez, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. Do you see him on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Cortez, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. One of those referrals is for aggravated robbery that involved the use of a firearm. I first will congratulate you on being level 1-0 since the 23rd. That is not hard to do. You need to keep doing that. But anytime there's a gun offense, that just gives me a little bit of pause, and it takes me a little bit longer to be convinced that it's safe for you to go back to the community. I'm not there yet, but you keep doing what you're doing, and it gives me a stronger reason to reconsider that, okay? All right, so I'm gonna order that you be detained, but keep being a leader in the back for me, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, I didn't understand.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Christian Mays. All right, are you Mr. Mays?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mays, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Masick, is here. You're level 3, unacceptable in the back. So you know what I got to do today, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why do I got to do it?
Level 3.
Yeah, what's it need to be?
1-0.
All right. You have a hearing before me tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
All right. I have one question too.
Make sure it's a question. Is
Yeah,
it a question?
Yes, sir. I was just trying to get like a call with my attorney.
Mr.
I'll give him a
Mason.
call, Your Honor, right after this, all right?
Awesome,
And
guys.
mom, please.
And Mom too as well.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Stop using profanity. All right. Aldo. Artemo Solis Cavillo. All right. Do you prefer Mr. Solis, Mr. Cavillo, or Solis Calvillo?
I prefer Solis.
All right, Mr. Solis. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. Sir, what is your level in the back?
Today I'm a 3U.
Uh-huh. What does you mean?
Excuse me?
What does you mean?
I don't know. Later tell me.
Unacceptable. Okay, what is your level supposed to be before I can begin to have that conversation on whether or not to release you?
Well, no.
What does O stand for?
Outstanding.
Exactly. So what do I got to do today? Detain you, right? Why do I got to do it? Because if you can't behave in detention, I know you can't behave out at home, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can begin to show that you can prove that you can behave yourself in detention, that gives me the reason to believe that you might be able to behave at home. But if you can't behave in detention, I know you won't behave at home, right?
Yes, sir.
So what do you got to do?
Be one outstanding.
There we go. All right. As for today, Mr. Solis, I'm going to order that you be detained. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Judge Kim. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Judge.
great rest of your day.
Thank you, Judge Porter. Okay, so up to this point, these proceedings have been broadcast on YouTube to give public meaningful access. However, Texas Family Code Chapter 54.08C states that when a child is under 14 years of age, that the court proceedings are presumed to be closed to the public unless
are presumed to be closed to the public, and therefore they are closed to the public. My friends, that is all for our evening tonight. We started with our civilian warrant application. We moved on to our detention dockets, which really we rolled with all evening. If you were watching the chat, it was lovely as usual. Please go subscribe to That Is the Way I See It. Also to Time Served, Credence and Mikey, Looking at Legal Stuff, all the regular crew. Please and thank you. We love to help each other out, and I love all their content. I am going to be back tomorrow with more fun court for us to watch. I really appreciate each and every one of you for all that you do. Please have a wonderful evening. Be well and stay out of Fulton County. Anyways, guys, I love you. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.